Check. Hello, Namah. Check 1 2. Hello, Namah. Shivaya. Check. Check 1 2. Hello, Namah. Shivaya. Check. Check.
അമ്മാസ് മെസ്സേജ് അതിലുണ്ട്. ഡെമോ വീഡിയോയിൽ അമ്മാസ് മെസ്സേജ്. ഫൈനൽ ആ ഞാൻ വാട്സപ്പ് ചെയ്യാം. ഫൈനൽ അമ്മാസ് വീഡിയോ ഫൈനലിനകത്ത് കിടപ്പുണ്ട്.
മനസ്സിന്റെ ശക്തിക്ക് പരിമിതികളില്ല. ഈ സത്യം നമ്മുടെ ഋഷീശ്വരന്മാർ യുഗങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് അറിഞ്ഞതും അനുഭവിച്ചതുമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ആധുനിക സയൻസും അത് അംഗീകരിക്കും. നിൽക്കാതെ മുന്നോട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു. ഉദാഹരണ ശരീരത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ അഞ്ചടി സെല്ല് വെക്കും. മക്കൾക്ക് കർമ്മവീര്യവും ആത്മശക്തിയും തെളിഞ്ഞ ബുദ്ധിയും ഉണ്ടാകും. മക്കളുടെ
Raji ഉണ്ടാവോ ചേച്ചി? I kept in near the registration. Yeah. Number ഉണ്ടോ? അല്ല.
Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, Amrita stands as a beacon of academic excellence, research and societal impact.
മനസ്സിൻ്റെ ശക്തിക്ക് പരിമിതികളില്ല. ഈ സത്യം നമ്മുടെ ഋഷീശ്വരന്മാർ യുഗങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പേ അറിഞ്ഞതും അനുഭവിച്ചതുമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ആധുനിക സയൻസും അത് അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നു. ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ അറിവുകൾ മുഴുവനും ഗ്രഹിക്കാനും സൂക്ഷിക്കാനും കഴിവുള്ള അത്യത്ഭുതമായ ഒരു കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറാണ് നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സ്. സാധാരണ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ ജഡമാണ്. അതിന് അതിൻ്റെതായ കഴിവുകളില്ല. നമ്മളതിൽ ഊട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്ന വിവരങ്ങളാണ് അത് നമുക്ക് നൽകുന്നത്. എന്നാൽ നമ്മുടെ ആന്തരിക ശക്തി അങ്ങനെയല്ല. അത് സ്വയം പ്രകാശിക്കുന്ന അറിവ് തന്നെയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് മക്കൾ ശ്രമിക്കുക, ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കുക. പരിമിതികളും പ്രതിബന്ധങ്ങളും ഉണ്ടാകും. തളരാതെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോവുക. ശലഭങ്ങളെ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ലേ? നിൽക്കാതെ മുന്നോട്ട് പറന്നുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അതിന് തേൻ നുകരാൻ കഴിയുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ കർമ്മരംഗത്ത് നമ്മൾ മുന്നോട്ട് ചലിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ മാത്രമേ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ മധു നുകരാനും മറ്റുള്ളവർക്ക് പകരാനും സാധിക്കൂ. മുന്നോട്ട് 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 എന്നതായിരിക്കണം നമ്മുടെ മന്ത്രം. വെറും ഒച്ചിൻ്റെ ഒരു കഥ അമ്മ ഓർക്കുകയാണ്. അവർക്ക് കുറേ ഒച്ചകളോട് ഇഴഞ്ഞിഴഞ്ഞ് വടക്കോട്ട് പോവാണ്. അപ്പോൾ മുകളിൽ കൂടി കുറേ പക്ഷികൾ വടക്കുന്ന തെക്കോട്ട് പോവാണ്. ആ പക്ഷികൾ ഒച്ചിനോട് ചോദിച്ച്, നിങ്ങൾ എങ്ങോട്ട് പോവുകയാണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ഒച്ചുകൾ ഇന്ന കാടിൽ വടക്കൊരു കാടുണ്ട്, കാട്ടിലേക്ക് പോകാൻ.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Welcome all. Requesting everybody to take their seats. We will be expecting our dignitaries to arrive soon, after which we will begin the program. So I request everybody to keep their mobile phones and on silent and vibrate mode so that it doesn't disturb the programs. Kindly be seated soon. Thank you.
Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, Amrita stands as a beacon of academic excellence, research and societal impact. Recognized as one of the top Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham is more than a university. It's a transformative journey where values and world-class learning converge. Founded under the guidance of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, affectionately known as Amma, Amrita stands as a beacon of academic excellence, research and societal impact. Recognized as one of the top institutions in India, Amrita is ranked 8th in India by NIRF Rankings 2025, accredited with NAC A++ and granted Category 1 autonomy by the UGC. Our excellence is acknowledged globally. Number 1 in India, Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2025. Number 1 private university in India, Times Higher Education World University Rankings 2020. Number 1 in India for international faculty, QS World University Ranking. With 10 campuses across India, Amrita brings together over 30,000 students, 2,000 plus faculty members and 800 plus PhD holders, offering 300 plus programs across 19 constituent schools. Amrita's placement outcomes speak for themselves. In 2025, we achieved a 92% placement rate with the highest CTC, reaching Rs 80.49 lakhs. Through communication training, problem solving and real-world readiness, our students don't just graduate, they lead. With 300 plus active collaborations with top-ranked universities worldwide, Amrita offers dual degrees, study abroad programs, research internships and global exchanges, preparing students to thrive anywhere in the world. At Amrita, we don't just educate, we inspire, we nurture minds, we uplift communities, we transform lives. Come, become. Become is how you come to be someone or something. Become is how you evolve and change into what you need to be. Become is a call to transform. Become an answer to the difficulties around you. Become necessary and essential to the surroundings. Become precious. There can't be too many like you. Become wanted, who the world needs. Become unstoppable, unafraid, unbeaten. Become better than you were yesterday. There is a time to become. It's now.
The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals were created to address the most pressing global challenges, such as poverty, hunger, and limited access to healthcare, education, water, sanitation, and livelihood opportunities. Over the last few decades, the Chancellor of a young university in southern India, renowned humanitarian and spiritual leader, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, has inspired social change through various initiatives worldwide.
ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാവി, പ്രകൃതിയുടെ സുരക്ഷ, നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന താളാത്മക, ഇവയെക്കുറിച്ച് ആഴത്തിൽ ചിന്തിക്കുവാൻ. അങ്ങനെ ചിന്തിക്കുമ്പോൾ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിൽ സന്തുലിതമായ നിലനിൽപ്പിന് സയൻസും സാങ്കേതികവിദ്യയും ആധ്യാത്മികതയും ഒത്തുചേരേണ്ടത് അനിവാര്യമാണെന്ന് ഞാൻ അടിയുറച്ച് വിശ്വസിച്ചു.
Inspired by her vision for an equitable world, the Amrita Center for Research in Analytics, Technologies and Education, Amrita Create, was established as a research center of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Create's projects are designed to uplift communities and build resilience using technological solutions. As a major contributor to the United Nations SDG 4, Quality Education, the university has been ranked 5th in the world by the Impact Rankings. Our solutions rely on an interdisciplinary approach that draws upon medical, computer science, education, and social and data sciences expertise.
Our major thrust areas are in digital education, learning difficulties, rural education, and AI for accessibility. A recent project funded by USAID in collaboration with the Johns Hopkins affiliate is a virtual reality and serious game for frontline health workers, doctors, nurses, and critical care providers. Another project looks at accessibility for the deaf community by adding an AI-based sign language video recognition-based chatbot to the Indian government's Umang services.
Cutting-edge AR/VR technology is being incorporated to improve the learning experience. Digital education. Create brings STEM skills to classrooms free of cost through OLabs, the Digital India award-winning virtual science laboratory. The high-quality experiments have been recommended by CBSE for its 15,000 schools nationwide. Research and development in special and learning difficulties.
Want a minute, just sharing the link with our online participants. Sorry for the delay. have Srimati Pulika Pandey on stage. Next, can we please have Shri Kumar Raju on stage, please? We would like to have Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh. Next, can we please have Brahmacharya Amrita Chaitanya, please? Dr. Prema. Begin. Special welcome to our sign language interpreters. They will be supporting us throughout the program. We shall begin. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Chancellor, Amma. A very warm welcome to the distinguished dignitaries, speakers, delegates, educators, researchers, and participants. We welcome you to the AI-enabled assistive technologies for inclusive education, OLabs, and virtual labs training. This two-day program is part of the AI for Inclusion and Social Good pre-summit events and an official pre-event of the AI Impact Summit 2026 India. This is under the India AI Mission, Government of India. The program is hosted by the UNESCO Chair on Assistive Technologies in Education at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Amritapuri campus, and focuses on advancing inclusive education through AI-enabled assistive technologies, with special emphasis on supporting students with disabilities. This initiative also aligns with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 3, 4, 10, and 17, and contributes to the national vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. I am Dr. Romita Jinachandran from the Amrita Center for Research in Accessible Technologies for Education, Amritapuri campus. We are honored by the gracious presence of our distinguished dignitaries, speakers, and participants. I extend a very special and warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Srimati Manmeet Kaur Nanda, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. She will be joining us online today, and her presence will greatly enrich this inaugural session. We now formally commence the inaugural session. We shall begin with the lamp lighting. It will be done by Prajna Swaminathan. Our revered Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritandamayi Devi, reminds us that when we have light within, no darkness can affect us. With these profound words, we shall now formally commence the program with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. नमः ॐ अमृतेश्वर्यै 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 नमः I thank the dignitaries for lighting the lamp and inspiring us to begin this day with learning and hope. We now invite Dr. Prema Nedungadi for the welcome address. Dr. Prema Nedungadi is the UNESCO chairholder on assistive technologies in education. She is also the Associate Dean and Professor, School of Computing, the Director of Amrita Center for Research in Accessible Technologies for Education, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, National Coordinator, C20 India, Education and Digital Transformation Working Group. She has been a pioneer in promoting inclusive education and accessibility. I now invite ma'am to say a few words.
Om Amriteshwarye Namaha. A very warm welcome to each of you. The objectives of our gathering are threefold. First, we want to examine how assistive technologies and AI can enable meaningful access, participation, and dignity for persons with disabilities across education and essential services. Second, to reflect on why many promising solutions remained confined to pilots and what must change in governance, institutional ownerships, and capacity building to enable it to scale. And finally, to work towards a shared roadmap where innovation, policy, and practice can align together so we can have measurable inclusion outcomes. The challenge is big, and that is why today's conversations brings together representatives from three ministries: the Ministry of Electronics and IT, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and also educators, teachers, technologists, researchers, startups, and most importantly, persons with disabilities. Inclusion cannot be achieved just with technology, nor through just policy in isolation. It requires a platform that is designed to be inclusive, institutions that are ready to adopt it and sustain solutions, and evaluation frameworks that tell us whether access and participation are truly improving. So, as we look ahead, 3 priorities must guide India's roadmap. Accessibility must be treated as a core design requirement across digital and educational initiatives. Sustained investment in capacity building for educators, developers, and institutions is essential. And we must adopt shared evaluation frameworks that measure real inclusion outcomes, not just deployment or usage statistics. And now it is my privilege to formally welcome all of you. I offer gratitude for Amma's life and work that demonstrates that inclusion is ultimately rooted in compassion, dignity, and service. I first welcome Amma's presence. We are honored to welcome Srimati Manmeet Kaur Nanda, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, whose leadership strengthens India's frameworks and implementation efforts for persons with disabilities. We are pleased to welcome Srimati Tulika Pandey, Scientist G, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, whose work supports national digital platforms, responsible AI, and scalable approaches to inclusion. We are honored by the online presence of Professor Amrinder Behraji, Joint Director, CIET NCRT, who plays a key role in shaping national digital education initiatives aligned with curriculum, pedagogy, and inclusive education under NAP 2020. We also warmly welcome Sri Kumar Raju, Director, Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, whose leadership advances Indian Sign Language through standardization, training, and national capacity building. We are grateful for the presence of Dr. Manisha Ramesh, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Amrita University, whose work in experiential learning, disaster management, sustainable futures, and international collaboration strengthens our interdisciplinary education. We warmly welcome Dr. Sai Kaustav Das Gupta, National Awardee and UN D30 Changemaker, India's first disabled certified happiness coach, whose work highlights inclusion, well-being, and lived experience. We are honored by the presence of Brahmacharini Amrita Chaitanya from Mata Amritanandamayi Math, representing the Math's long-standing commitment to compassionate service and inclusive social outreach. I also extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, partners, colleagues, teachers, students, and participants who have joined us today. And your presence and discussions will enrich this important dialogue. Thank you.
We would like Dr. Geeta to welcome Srimati Tulika Pandey. Ma'am, could you please come to the dais? requesting Dr. Swaminathan J to welcome Dr. Sai Kaustubh Das. Sir, could you please come? Requesting Professor Dr. Vishwanathan sir to please welcome Sri Kumar Raju. Sir, could you please? Thank you. Inviting Brahmacharni Dr. Ramya to welcome Brahmacharni Amrita Chaitanya. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Prema, for your inspiring words and warm welcome. Next, we invite Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh, Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean of the School for Sustainable Futures, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, to address us. Dr. Manisha is also the Dean of International Programs and the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. She is the Director of the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She has been instrumental in promoting sustainable and experiential learning across institutions. Dr. Manisha, please.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Om Sri Guru Namaha. Hari Om. Humble pranams at Amma's lotus feet. Humble pranams to each one. Respected Sri Manmeet Kaur Nanda IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. Ms. Tulika Pandey, Scientist Chief, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Sri Dr. Amarendra P. Behra, Joint Director, Central Institute of Educational Technology. Sri Kumar Raju, Director, Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, India. Dr. Sai Kaustubh Das Gupta, National Awardee, Global Motivational TEDx Speaker. Brahmacharni Amrita Chaitanya, Mata Amritandubai Mat. Dr. Prema Nedungadi, Associate Dean, School of Computing. Dr. Raghuraman, Dean of School of Amrita School of Business, distinguished speakers, delegates, faculty members, students, and dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to Amritapuri, the spiritual and academic heart of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, for the International Symposium on AI-enabled assistive technologies for inclusive education, hosted by the UNESCO Chair on Assistive Technologies in Education at Amrita and supported by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. As an official pre-event of the AI Impact Summit 2026, the symposium provides a timely platform to reflect on the growing role of artificial intelligence, particularly its responsibility in shaping inclusive and equitable education system. You are at Amritapuri, the abode of our beloved Chancellor Amma, who is actually the role model for anything when you call it as inclusive. You just walk around, just watch Amma, you can see what you really mean by inclusive. Whether it is with respect to the gender, with respect to race, with respect to religion, anything you take, she is the most inclusive person. And you can imagine the whole idea of this research would have come from Amma itself. I have seen several times Dr. Prema discussing with Amma all these ideas, and then it gets evolved over time. So essence we can see in even the institutions which Amma has brought in, where you will be able to see that there are educational systems which Amma has brought in to take care of the assistance to be provided for each of the person, whatever be the different aspects which you have to look into it. And Amma regularly talks also about the dynamic changes which is coming in the world. Today, artificial intelligence is percolating everywhere. There are concerns. There are also benefits in artificial intelligence coming in. But we, as a group of individuals who are so connected in serving the world, we need to see that what is the positive impacts which we can take, what are the positive outcomes which we can deliver by utilizing AI. So that's why this initiative of AI-enabled assistive technologies, especially for inclusive education, is very important in the world. And you all know that artificial intelligence is influencing nearly every aspect of our lives, whether it is education, whether it is health, whether it is governance, social development, any of these things. While these advances offer immense opportunities, they also raise important questions around equity, access, and responsibility. In education, these questions become even more critical. If AI-enabled systems are designed without an understanding of diverse learner needs, social context, and lived realities, they risk reinforcing exclusion rather than addressing it. Inclusive education therefore demands not only innovation, but human-centric and responsible innovations. Under the guidance of our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritandamayi Devi, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham is built with this as the one of the major vision, where it is looking into not only education for living, but education for life. So education for life, and also with compassion-driven research for solving societal challenges. Why education for life? Because that's when you will understand that we are all connected as a network. Whatever we do has an impact on every other person in the world. So when you bring in that inclusiveness, you will naturally bring in the goodness in what you do. That is the major change Amma is bringing, which will help us in a larger context itself. And Amma often reminds us that in today's world, people experience two types of poverty: the poverty caused by lack of food, clothing, and shelter, and the poverty caused by lack of love and compassion. Of these two, the second type needs to be considered first, because if we have love and compassion in our hearts, then we will wholeheartedly serve those who suffer from lack of food, clothing, and shelter. And this philosophy deeply informs how we approach education, research, and technology, including artificial intelligence. At Amrita, to bring in this vision, to translate this vision or imbibe this vision for the future generations also, we have brought in, Amma has brought in experiential and community engaged learning models such as living labs, where students and faculty work directly with rural and underserved communities to co-design solutions grounded in real needs. Not only that, Amma has even looked into it. What are the missing links in education all over the country, where when we have visited different communities, we have seen that there are schools with one classroom having students in 4th standard, 5th standard, 6th standard. They will be facing one direction. So 4th standard may face to the north direction, 5th standard may go face to the east direction, 6th may face to another direction, but there is only one teacher to teach, and each hour they are teaching one group actually. Amma had looked into these things, and Amma has started online education where the students and faculty of Amrita University weekly put minimum 1 hour to teach them. So they take an extra effort to connect to these communities, to bring them, empower them. There are students from communities when they go to actually to the urban communities to do their higher degrees, they feel left out most of the time because of the language barrier, because of the cultural barrier. So personalized tutoring, providing tuition for specific subjects, English, these things also Amma has initiated. You can see that by the way Amma is bringing in that initiative, Amma is bringing a transformation in each of the student and faculty who are working in that program. So it's a bigger transformation she is envisioning, making us see what we need to see in the society. In the same way, I remember when there was national mission projects coming, when there was 6 national mission projects in the country, Amrita has taken up 5 of them. And if you look at each one of them, it was for inclusive. One was for online education, which Dr. Prema was actually heading the program, because most of the institutions in the country lack the infrastructure. So how do we make sure that their learning doesn't get affected by the lack of infrastructure? So online education has been brought in, online laboratories has been brought in, adaptive learning with AI-enabled system has been brought in to make it inclusive based on the different types of the student system. Same way for the higher education, virtual laboratories headed by Dr. Krishnashree has brought in to train same thing with respect to the higher education side on the bachelors of engineering or physics or biotechnology or each of those areas. So they used virtual and simulation, and at the same time, not only that, Amma made us to open up the equipments at Amrita University to be remotely triggered and then provide them an access. Same way, when it moved forward, when I was doing the work, I still remember when Amma had asked me to develop a system where the paralyzed people, how can they communicate what they want? So we have 2 systems which have, one is a tongue control system, another one is an eye motion control system developed by Dr. Rajesh Kannan system. Later, Amma also asked us to look into for the diabetic patients, like you have blind people, how do you support them? So we were looking at blind people as the customer base and then how to support and build a solution. Amma called and told me, one is people who are already blind. Another problem which you will face is over time, diabetics affect your eyes. Over time, they lose it and they become more, it becomes more hard for them to actually accept they have become blind. And you have to look into how that transition can be brought in. I don't think as a scientist, we are thinking in that angle. So you can see the level at which Amma comes in actually to make things inclusive. And all the AI enabledness also Amma comes into the intelligence to be put into there. Same way, there are a lot more projects are happening. Like as you are seeing that, speech recognition, different aspects has been brought in this university way ahead itself, looking into AI enabled systems, which can actually take care of assistive education. So this clearly tells that how Amma is actually bringing us or cultivating the empathy, the responsibility, and the contextual awareness qualities that are essential when designing technologies for inclusion. And we are actually fortunate to have Amma as the chief scientist to actually design all the things which comes out of this university. And I feel like in Amma and Amma's guidance also, this symposium also will help us to move forward, as the symposium exemplifies the spirit of collaboration, bringing together academia, government, international organization, and practitioners. Such partnerships are essential to advancing the UN Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 17, partnership for the goals. Inclusive education, particularly in the age of AI, cannot be addressed by any one institution or sector alone. It requires shared frameworks, collective learning, and sustained cooperation. As AI systems become increasingly autonomous and embedded in educational ecosystems, the risk of bias, exclusion, and misuse also grow. Conversations around responsibility, ethics, and inclusion are therefore not optional, they are essential. Over the next 2 days, I hope this symposium will strengthen interdisciplinary and international collaboration, inspire human-centric and inclusive AI design, inform policy, practice, and capacity building, and most importantly, keep learners and educators the center of innovation. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, UNESCO, NCERT, CIET, our distinguished speakers, panelists, educators, researchers, and students for being part of the symposium. Let us move forward with a shared intention for peace and inclusive progress. As Amma says, if we could transform compassion from a mere word into a path of action, we would be able to solve 90% of the world's humanitarian problems. Let us all conclude with a shared prayer. Om Lokaha Samastaha Sudhino Bhavantu. Om Shant Shant. Thank you, everybody. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha, for that insightful address and guidance. Moving on, before introducing our next delegate, we will now play a short introductory video.
श्रेष्ठ दिव्यांगजन गति विषयक दिव्यांगता लोको मोटर डिसेबिलिटी श्रेणी में पुरस्कार श्रेष्ठ दिव्यांगजन गति विषयक दिव्यांगता लोको मोटर डिसेबिलिटी श्रेणी में पुरस्कार दिया जाता है श्री साई कौस्तुभ दास गुप्ता कर्नाटक से। आप टेडेक्स स्पीकर हैं, हैप्पीनेस कोचिंग प्रदान करते हैं, सुगम्यता के क्षेत्र में एक शोधकर्ता और व्हीलचेयर वॉरियर हैं तथा गिनीज और लिम्का वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड धारक हैं। इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन में आपने भारत का यूएन में प्रतिनिधित्व भी किया। श्री साई कौस्तुभ दास गुप्ता कर्नाटक।
There are a few people who leave a mark on your life and make you appreciate the little things that we often forget to cherish. Their life story can transform a curse into blessings.
We are pleased to welcome Dr. Sai Kaustubh Das Gupta, a globally recognized advocate for accessibility, inclusion, and mental well-being. Living with significant locomotor and hearing impairment, he has transformed personal challenges into a powerful mission for social impact. He is India's first disabled certified happiness coach, a 4-time global TEDx speaker, and a recipient of the National Award for Individual Excellence from the President of India. An award-winning visual and graphic designer, Dr. Sai is known for creating impactful designs despite physical limitations. He is also a UN-certified youth leader for disability rights, championing inclusive development globally. May I invite Dr. Sai Kaustubh Das Gupta to address the gathering.
Namah Shivaya. I'm audible to everyone? Okay. First of all, my Shatkoti pranams, the lotus feet of our beloved Amma, Sri Amritanandamani. Good morning, everyone. All the special educators, all the dignitaries, off screen, off dais, on dais, all the people come over all the parts of India, Government of India, Information Technology Ministry, NCRT, UNESCO, and all the special people gathered on this special divine place for a special cause. My pranams and regards to everyone. I was really thinking what to speak on this such a divine stage, graced by Amma and my special gratitude to the Raghu sir, Professor Raghu sir, and Assistant Prema ma'am, and all the professors, students, everyone from Amrita Vishwavidyapit for calling me with so much love from all the way to Bangalore to Amrit Puri. And that itself is the biggest example of inclusion, I think. A big round of applause for everyone involved in this. And I think it's a cause. We are here to celebrate inclusion, celebrate accessibility, and celebrate life in a diverse mode. I'm so honored to be here in AI-enabled assistive technologies for inclusive education. Not only that, because the subject is important to talk about, but it's very personal to me. It's very close to me because I live and I celebrate inclusion 24/7. That's how I believe inclusion starts from your home. I'm not here today as a speaker only or a happiness coach or all the designation you have seen or heard, because I feel those are the titles everyone can acquire on the journey throughout. But I'm here because I live inclusion. I enable many people to guide through how inclusion and inclusive education can give them a path, make them change maker like me. Because not only one side, to make the beautiful world, we need many more sides. Thank you. While coming from my place to Amritpuri, I was thinking that India, being an incredible country, doing a lot of activities for inclusion, accessibility, and all this educational thing. But as we started 2026, we still come to know a lot of messages in social media that millions of students with special needs still looking for the education, the support system. Not that because they lack in learning or they lack in intelligence. They are looking for a system which are made for them, a platform where they all can thrive together equally. So we have to make a world where we are not only getting that platform for inclusive education, how to lead a life with inclusivity and happiness. That's a world we are looking for with our goal. I think the best place to start with this goal is Amrit Puri. And as the speakers before me were telling that Amma inclusive, Amma is the embodiment of inclusivity. And we cannot find such love, such care to make this as a mainstream education. The efforts, all the things, the online education and everything what Amrita Vishwavidyapit carrying on toward this noble cause is something as a great example not only for India, for global. All the people all over the world can look at Amma and learn inclusion very easy way because it's not a language, it's not a policy, it's an experience. I was born with severe disability with a rare brittle bone disease. My first fracture happened when I was 3.5 months old. I was not able to speak, but I was crying because of pain. And my mother, my Amma, Dr. Sheila, she is also here today. She found out there is something wrong and they took me to doctors. And then I was diagnosed with the disease. And doctors told them one thing that we cannot predict Sai's future. It can be anything because his bones are just like glass. it can be break, and it can do anything. So do handle him with care. Nowadays, when corporates talk about caregiver, I think it's not a duty. It's something people born with, the care, which Amma is also teaching all of us. That care, the love is the default software we all born with. But we need to unlock that and practice in our day-to-day life. That's what my parents did because they felt if Sai is special, we have to become special parents to make him go in this adverse world and do whatever he can do. That's why Dr. Sai is here in front of you also. A big thanks to the parents. And my younger brother is also here. So this support system is very much needed to make inclusion an inclusive community. Without the support of relatives, community, parents, local government, schools, you cannot run much. Because bringing inclusion into the society is not one-man done. It's a collective and collaborative effort done with selfless love and lot of patience. Because that's what we learn, that inclusion is not a charity, it's a justice. In my journey, I had to change many careers because whenever I see a door is closing, I made one new door. I was actually a dancer. I could not dance more because of my fractures. I had to come to singing. And music was something inside me. Again, my mom helped me. So I became a singer because I wanted to express my emotion and I wanted to see the world in a beautiful lens. And my mom told, you can sit in one place without fractures and all, you can sing. So by Amma's grace, I have written around 400 songs and all. And I have written something for her. I'd like to offer it to her this time. Let's see what's her will. But this, why I'm telling these carriers and all, because in a society, when a person with wheelchair, you see, unknowingly or knowingly, we judge that what all we can do. But for me, I've always wanted to do something big, which people can remind or remember, because I may not leave this world forever, but I will leave my smile and my message with all the people, so that whenever there is a depression, you feel that smile is the most accessible attire you can wear, and it comes to you free of cost. So why not smile? Representing India, United Nations in 2017, when I became the 30 D30 disability impact list was published, I was not about to understand that what is the big responsibility I'm getting after this publication of my name in the world as a disability change maker, one of the India's. And I got a responsibility to handle SDG 10 and 11, removing the inequalities, and also for the special education, empowering it. And then I understood that when you carry some titles like it also brings you into the front person, that what all the things, the possibilities we can see while working together with the people with disabilities. So I started with accessibility, happiness, and everything. And I found out that there are still many ways are there where you can contribute from all our places. So I started promoting accessibility wherever I go with happiness, inclusion, because it should be your nature. It's not an added responsibility. So I started talking about it through my own limitation, my designs. So that's my designing career started. I became designer with one finger because other parts are not working. So with one finger, I felt if Krishna could have made Govardhana in one finger, Kali Yuga, I will try to make one finger to move the people's heart, at least. So I started talking about it, started my designs, my research, and by 3 years I got doctorate. And more responsibility, then I got national award. So in my journey, what I understood one thing is that people with disabilities are just a word. It's all about mindset. Because we are living in a country where diverse things are everywhere. So we are not, earlier education, we used to talk about one size fits all. That was a model of education people used to circulate. But now in 2026, we are not only a standard human being, we are diverse from everything. And that's how our disabilities are also diverse. How we see, how we access, how we process, how we listen and watch, everything differs. According to government, there are 23 kind of disabilities are there. But apart from that, there are a lot of invisible disabilities which we cannot understand. What they need a platform, they need a summit like this where they can come and get those information which they're lacking. So I'm again, quoting Amma's thing, what we had, today's morning, that when there is a light, there is no presence of darkness. And you do not need to fight for it. It comes automatically. So we do not need to waste our time removing the darkness. Pour more light, pour more white, pour more smile, so that everyone is equally happy like that. And before I conclude, I would like to say that we have very important goals in front of us. Through this symposium, through this inclusive education and AI assistive technology, we can actually remove the barrier of learning, because neurodiverse disability cannot process the way we process information. So if AI is there with the education, it actually made them researchers and innovators, because they become the problem solver, which India is seeking now. And secondly, with AI in inclusive education, we actually are making all the things which locomotor issues or the issues people with visual impairment and hearing and speech impairment is facing, to access every information in their day-to-day life. AI is making it a more help. That's why I use it 24/7. I have to use, because Sai without AI is not possible. So I use it for my design, for my advocacy. I use it to make people like me change maker, how to find solution, how AI can become an enabler. That's our goal through this inclusive education summit, that how AI can become your caregiver and enabler and your future friend. Because AI is not here to replace human connection. It is here to enhance. AI is not here to replace educators or teachers. It is here to make you empowered towards more solution and more brighter world. So we all together have to make a world where AI inclusive education will be a bridge from ability to possibility, a bridge to make education educare, and a bridge where inclusive education is not side option, it's the first priority. That's how a world with AI I see we all are making, and that's a step already have taken by Amrita Vishwavidyapith, and I congratulate all the people who are doing this. I think it's a yagma, it's a sadhana, because in sadhana we need patience, We need our calmness and we need our focus for the right solution. So if AI can be leveraged well in smart way, it becomes a tool as an empowerment. So let's make that world a better place. And I really hope this summit will get a great success outcome, because a lot of people are actually looking towards us, so not only Sai. After this summit, each one of you can become an AI change maker through your own skills, own way, put something and contribute something for a better world. Thank you so much. And before I close my inaugural speech, I wanted to, sing 2 lines at the Lotus Feet of Amma. And I think these lines are very much motivated me. And I hope everyone will feel motivated also. दुख तकलीफ से दिल जब माने हाँ, मुश्किलें कर देते जब लाचार, करता हो मैं तेरे इंतजार, आएगा कब मेरा मददगार. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to work on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulder. My dear Amma, you raise me up all the way. You raise me up to more than I can be. Thank you, everyone. Namah Shivaya.
Thank you, Dr. Sai. That was indeed a very beautiful song, especially with our Chancellor incorporated in it. Also, your words were very motivational and inspiring. Thank you so much for taking the effort to be with us for this program. Now, moving on, we are now honored to hear a special message from our beloved Chancellor Sri Mata Amritandamai Devi, affectionately known as Amma. Her message will be shared via a video presentation.
മനസ്സിൻ്റെ ശക്തിക്ക് പരിമിതികളില്ല. ഈ സത്യം നമ്മുടെ ഋഷീശ്വരന്മാർ യുഗങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പേ അറിഞ്ഞതും അനുഭവിച്ചതുമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ആധുനിക സയൻസും അത് അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നു. ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ അറിവുകൾ മുഴുവനും ഗ്രഹിക്കാനും സൂക്ഷിക്കാനും കഴിവുള്ള അത്യത്ഭുതമായ ഒരു കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറാണ് നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സ്. സാധാരണ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ ജഡമാണ്. അതിന് അതിൻ്റെതായ കഴിവുകളില്ല. നമ്മളതിൽ ഊട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്ന വിവരങ്ങളാണ് അവ നമുക്ക് നൽകുന്നത്. എന്നാൽ നമ്മുടെ ആന്തരിക ശക്തി അങ്ങനെയല്ല. അത് സ്വയം പ്രകാശിക്കുന്ന അറിവ് തന്നെയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് മക്കൾ ശ്രമിക്കുക, ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കുക. പരിമിതികളും പ്രതിബന്ധങ്ങളും ഉണ്ടാകും. തളരാതെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോവുക. ശലഭങ്ങളെ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ലേ? നിൽക്കാതെ മുന്നോട്ട് പറന്നുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അതിന് തേൻ നുകരാൻ കഴിയുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ കർമ്മരംഗത്ത് നമ്മൾ മുന്നോട്ട് ചലിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ മാത്രമേ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ മധു നുകരാനും മറ്റുള്ളവർക്ക് പകരാനും സാധിക്കും. മുന്നോട്ട് 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 എന്നതായിരിക്കണം നമ്മുടെ മന്ത്രം. വെറും ഒച്ചിൻ്റെ ഒരു കഥ അമ്മ ഓർക്കുകയാണ്. ഇവർക്ക് കുറേ ഒച്ചകളൂടെ ഇഴഞ്ഞിഴഞ്ഞ് വടക്കോട്ട് പോവാണ്. അപ്പോൾ മുകളിൽ കൂടി കുറേ പക്ഷികൾ വടക്കുന്ന് തെക്കോട്ട് പോവാണ്. ആ പക്ഷികൾ ഒച്ചിനോട് ചോദിച്ച്, നിങ്ങൾ എങ്ങോട്ട് പോവുകയാണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ ഒച്ചുകൾ പറഞ്ഞ്, ഞങ്ങൾ ഇന്ന കാടിൽ, വടക്കൊരു കാടുണ്ട്, ആ കാട്ടിലേക്ക് പോവാണ്. അപ്പോൾ പക്ഷികൾ പറഞ്ഞ്, നിങ്ങൾ അവിടെ പോയിട്ട് യാതൊരു കാര്യമില്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ ആ കാട്ടിൽ നിന്നാണ് വരുന്നത്. അവിടെ വൃക്ഷങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഉണങ്ങി നിൽക്കുക, ഒരില പോലും ഇല്ലാതെ ഉണങ്ങി നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾ തിരിഞ്ഞു പോകൂ എന്ന് പക്ഷികൾ ഒച്ചുകളോട് പറയുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഒച്ചുകൾ പക്ഷികളോട് പറയുകയാണ്, ഞങ്ങളവിടെ ഇഴഞ്ഞ് ചെല്ലുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ആ വൃക്ഷങ്ങൾ തളിരിടാൻ തുടങ്ങലാണ്. അതുപോലെ ആയിരിക്കണം നമ്മൾ. അതുപോലെ മുന്നിലൊന്നും കണ്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കും. നമ്മൾ റിസർച്ചിൽ നമുക്കൊന്നും ചിലപ്പോൾ കിട്ടയില്ലായിരിക്കും, പല തടസ്സങ്ങളുണ്ട്. തളരാതെ നമ്മൾ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകണം. പണ്ട് എത്രയോ പട്ടിണി മരണം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഇപ്പം ഒരു 80% അതിൽ വ്യത്യാസം വന്നു. അങ്ങനെ എത്രയോ കാര്യങ്ങൾ സയൻറ്റിസ്റ്റായ മക്കൾക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. ജീവിതത്തിൽ രണ്ട് തരത്തിലുള്ള സാഹചര്യങ്ങളുണ്ടാവും. ചിലത് പ്രയത്നിച്ചതുണ്ട്, ചിലത് സ്വീകരിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. ഉദാഹരണ ശരീരത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ 5 അടി സെല്ലേ ഉള്ളു. എത്ര മരുന്ന് കഴിച്ചാലും, എത്ര ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചാലും, എത്ര ആസനങ്ങൾ ചെയ്താലും, കാല് കീഴ്ക്കാൻ നോക്കിയിട്ട് കെട്ടിയിട്ടാലും നീളം വയ്ക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. അത് നമ്മൾ സ്വീകരിക്കുക തന്നെ വേണം. ചിലത് പ്രയത്നിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, പരീക്ഷയ്ക്ക് തോറ്റു, വിധി നിന്നും കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമോ, പിന്നെയും പ്രയത്നിക്കും. ഇന്നൊരു ജോലി കിട്ടിയില്ല, വിധി നിന്നും കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും, പിന്നെയും നമ്മൾ ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ചിലത് പ്രയത്നിച്ചേണ്ടതുണ്ട്, ചിലത് സ്വീകരിക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. മക്കൾ തളരരുത്. ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ വിചാരിച്ചതാണെങ്കിലും തളരാതെ ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മക്കൾ ഇരിക്കുക, തളരാൻ പാടില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ ഏതൊരു കോളേജിനെ എടുത്ത് നോക്കുമ്പം അവരെത്ര ഫണ്ട് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് എത്ര പേപ്പർ എഴുതി, ഇതൊക്കെ നോക്കിയിട്ടാണ് റാങ്കിങ് നിശ്ചയിക്കുന്നത്. ആ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലുള്ള ജനങ്ങളുടെ ദുഃഖങ്ങളും കഷ്ടപ്പാടുകളും ഈ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ അവരുടെ പഠിത്തത്തിൽ ഇതുകൂടി ചേർക്കണം. ആ ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോയി അവരുടെ ജീവിതം അവർ കാണണം, കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം. അപ്പോഴങ്ങനെ കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുമ്പം ഇവരെന്തെടുക്കുമ്പോഴും കഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നവരെ ഓർക്കും. ഗ്രാമത്തിലുള്ളവരുടെ ത്യാഗമാണ് പട്ടണത്തിലുള്ളവരുടെ ജീവനെ നിലനിർത്തുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ അവരുടെ ആരോഗ്യത്തിനോ ഒന്നും നമ്മൾ അവരുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ പലരും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവരുമ്പോൾ മനസ്സലിയും. നമ്മൾ ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ടുപോയപ്പോൾ ഒരു 50% കുട്ടികളിലും വ്യത്യാസം വന്നു. ആഡംബര ജീവിതത്തിൽ നിന്നും വേസ്റ്റുകളിൽ നിന്നും അവരെ ഓർത്ത് സഹായിക്കാനുള്ള മനോഭാവങ്ങൾ പലരും കാണാനിടയായി. അപ്പോൾ ആ കാരുണ്യത്തിൻ്റെ മനസ്സ് കൊണ്ടുവന്നാൽ ശരിയായുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം വ്യക്തി മനസ്സിന് വ്യാപ്ത മനസ്സിലേക്ക് പോകണം. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ പക്ഷിയെപ്പോലെ പറക്കാനും മത്സ്യത്തെപ്പോലെ നീന്താനും പഠിച്ച് മനുഷ്യരെപ്പോലെ നടക്കാനും ജീവിക്കാനും മറന്നു പോവുകയാണ്. അപ്പം അതുകൊണ്ട് ശരിയായ ഒരു നല്ല മനുഷ്യനാകാൻ ഈ ഒരു ഭാവം കൂടെ കോളേജുകളിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് പഠന വിഷയമാക്കിയാലും നന്നായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് നമുക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ സനാതനധർമ്മത്തിൽ സെട്ടി സെറ്റാവൻ രണ്ടല്ലെന്ന് പറയാമല്ലോ. സമുദ്രത്തിലും വെള്ളമുണ്ട്, തിരയിലും വെള്ളമുണ്ട്. സ്വർണത്തിലും കമ്മലും മാലയുണ്ട്, കമ്മലും മാലയിലും സ്വർണ്ണമുണ്ട്. രണ്ടിലും അടിസ്ഥാനം സ്വർണ്ണമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ സൃഷ്ടിയെ സൃഷ്ടാവായി കണ്ട് സേവിക്കുക, സ്നേഹിക്കുക, അതാണ് സനാതനധർമ്മം നമ്മളോട് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഒരു പ്ലെയിൻ്റെ എൻജിൻ കേടായാലും പറക്കുകയില്ല, സ്ക്രൂവിലെല്ലാം പറക്കാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. ഒന്നും നിസ്സാരമല്ല നമുക്ക്. ഇത് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഓർക്കുന്നൊരു സംഭവം, ഒരു നാൽക്കാല കവലയിൽ ഒരു വിഗ്രഹം വരുന്നു. ആ വിഗ്രഹം ഇങ്ങനെ 2 കൈയും പൊക്കിയിട്ട് കൈ പൊക്കി പിടിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന വിഗ്രഹമാണ്. കഴുത്തിലൊരു തകിടിൽ 2 കൈയും പൊക്കിയിട്ട് എൻ്റെ കൈകളിലേക്ക് വരുമെന്നാണ് അതിനകത്ത് എഴുതിയിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് നാൾ കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഏതോ കാരണം കൊണ്ട് കൈ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. അപ്പോൾ ചുറ്റുമുള്ള ഗ്രാമവാസികൾ പറഞ്ഞു, ഈ വിഗ്രഹം കൈകൊട്ട് ഇല്ലതാനും കൈകളിലേക്ക് വരുമെന്ന് എഴുതിയിരിക്കുന്നു, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ വിഗ്രഹം മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കാം. ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് പറഞ്ഞു. ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് പറഞ്ഞതല്ല, അത് ഇങ്ങനെ കൈകൾ ഫിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് പിടിപ്പിച്ചാൽ മതി, മാറ്റേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. വേറെ പ്രായം എന്നൊരു അച്ഛൻ പറഞ്ഞു, കൈകൾ വയ്ക്കുകയും ചെയ്യേണ്ട, മാറ്റുകയും വേണ്ട. അപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ കൈകളില്ല, പിന്നെ എഴുതിയിരിക്കുന്ന തകിടിൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ വല്ല കൈകളിലേക്ക് വരുമെന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ ആ പ്രായം അച്ഛൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ആ തരകത്തിൻ്റെ അടിയിൽ എഴുതിയിരിക്കും, എൻ്റെ കൈ നിങ്ങളിലൂടെയെന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ ഈശ്വരൻ്റെ കൈ നമ്മളിലൂടെയാണ്, നമ്മുടെ കണ്ണിലൂടെയാണ്, നമ്മുടെ ചെവിയിലൂടെയാണ്. സാധാരണക്കാരൻ ഒരു പോസ്റ്റാണ് തപസ്ക്ക് ട്രാൻസ്ഫോമർ. അത്രയും ശക്തി ധ്യാനം കൊണ്ടും മനോഭാവം കൊണ്ടും ഉദ്ധരിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും. അതുകൊണ്ട് ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് അത് പാല് തിളച്ച് തുളുമ്പുന്ന പോലെ നമ്മളെ വ്യക്തി മനസ്സ് വ്യാപ്ത മനസ്സിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകും. കാരുണ്യം സമൂഹത്തിനും ജനങ്ങൾക്കും, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ ഗ്രാമങ്ങൾക്കും നന്മയും വികാസവും ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന മക്കളുടെ എല്ലാ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്കും ഒപ്പം അമ്മയുണ്ട്. അറിവിൻ്റെ പുതിയ മേഖല കണ്ടെത്താനും ലോകത്തിന് ഉപകാരപ്രദമായ സംഭാവന നൽകാനും മക്കൾക്ക് കർമ്മവീര്യവും ആത്മശക്തിയും തെളിഞ്ഞ ബുദ്ധിയും ഉണ്ടാകാൻ മക്കളെ പരമാത്മാവിൽ തന്നെ സമർപ്പിക്കുന്നു.
Thank you, Amma, for your blessings and vision for a more inclusive and compassionate world. We are now honored to have Srimati Manmeet Kaur Nanda, a 2000 batch IAS officer of the West Bengal cadre, Additional Secretary in the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, with us today. She will be addressing us online. Srimati Nanda has played a key role in advancing policies and programs for the empowerment and inclusion of persons with disabilities and has extensive experience in disability empowerment and social justice initiatives. We look forward to her address.
Namaskar, a very good morning. Firstly, my apologies for not being able to be present with all of you physically there. Administratively, I was constrained to be in Delhi. So a very warm good morning from a very cold Delhi and a very happy new year to all of you. It is indeed my profound privilege to be a part here with you in spirit at the sacred Amritapuri campus and listening to the benevolent and most compassionate and encouraging message of Amma. As we gather for this pre-summit of the AI Impact Summit 2026, we do stand at an historic moment where we would see technology, compassion, constitutional mandate coverage to reshape the destiny of more than a crore of Divyangjans in our nation. Before we discuss the AI and assistive technologies, let us remind ourselves of the constitutional bedrock upon which our efforts rest. As we all and many of you are already aware, Article 21 of our Constitution guarantees the right of life with dignity, the right that the Honorable Supreme Court has interpreted to include accessibility, reasonable accommodation, and full participation in society. The landmark judgment of Rajiv Ratori versus Union of India declared accessibility is not an aspiration. It is a mandatory legal standard, a prerequisite for realizing the rights and dignity of all citizens. In February 2025, just less than a year ago, Anmol versus Union of India made a very profound observation. Reasonable accommodation is a fundamental right. It is a gateway right for persons with disabilities to enjoy all other rights enshrined in the Constitution. Without reasonable accommodation, a person with disability is forced to navigate a world designed exclusively for the able-bodied. We heard Sai before speaking about all the challenges that he and his family faced because of him being able to and being forced to navigate this world that is designed very thoughtlessly only for the able-bodied, not realizing that about 80 to 85% of us sitting in this room, hearing me right now, or watching even the environment that we all belong to, we will be in some way or the other disabled in some period of time. The AI revolution is definitely something that we as an ecosystem have a lot of confidence and a lot of power to see where it will take us. Many of these judicial pronouncements illuminate one fundamental truth. That is, assistive technology is not a luxury. It is a constitutional necessity. And today, the artificial intelligence is enabling as the most powerful enabler of this mandate. The AI powered solutions are transforming lives in classrooms, workplaces, and homes. Real time speech to text transcription enables our hearing impaired students to participate fully in lectures. AI driven navigation systems empower visually impaired individuals to navigate the urban environment independently. Predictive text, voice synthesizers, gives voice to those with speech impairment. In education, our focus today, AI is revolutionary. Adaptive learning, platforms customize content to individualize learning styles is what we should always look to making our education more and more inclusive. I am very pleased to state today here that today ISLRTC, our director is there. There will be an MOU that is being signed. And this partnership will accelerate, I hope, the AI-powered sign language interpretation systems, ensuring that no student is left behind because the medium of instruction does not accommodate their mode of communication. At this point of time, let me go back to two personal anecdotes. One, as a joint secretary in this department not very long ago, I went to see a building that had been completed. However, they insisted that I should be a part of the accessibility audit before the building was formally inaugurated. Sadly to say, it had already got its completion certificate. However, considering the fact that we were told to do an accessibility audit, we went there. And I insisted that a person on a wheelchair user should also accompany us. There were ramps. There were also a visually impaired person with me. There were braille signages. It had all the ticks on the checkboxes. But what was not correct was that the ramp was not at the right gradient. The braille signage was at a height which was higher than what was actually required as per the universal standards and harmonized guidelines. This is a situation of many buildings that claim to be accessible. And it was sad when the wheelchair user came to me quietly and said, "How long more will I have to wait for an environment which will tell me that I can come to this building independently? I won't need anybody's help. How long will a visually impaired person be dependent on somebody else?" And then I also, in another event, when I was a district magistrate, I went just looking after some schools. We were there. And then I realized the joy when a parent came to me and told me, "Today, my child did her fractions beautifully." I didn't understand the joy or the depth of the joy on that parent's face. It's only later I realized that the child had received an inclusive education material where they were taught fraction as a concept through sign language and was able to finally understand the concept which we had eluded her all her school life. This is the power of an AI and AT based system that we would want all our PWDs to be benefited from. And the true measure of success is not sophistication of technology, it's the reach. The most advanced AI device is meaningless if it is confined only to urban centers or it's priced beyond the common reach. It is our constitutional duty to ensure that more and more the technologies are made, but they are scalable, they are economical, so that they can reach the Divyangjans in the remotest village. And this is where Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat become crucial. By manufacturing domestically and leveraging India's IT strengths, we can create world-class, affordable, assistive technologies. And with that intent, the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities has always tried to be at the forefront. We at our Elimco, our CPSU, have established an AI mission. And through the efforts of Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan, launched in 2015, we have tried to do our bit in this field. Elimco, our public sector undertaking, through its AI mission, is trying to find those technologies fielded by made in India startups or manufacturing setups that provide a technology that will enhance independence and dignity to build a future where no one is left behind. In the year 25-26, Elimco has launched AI-enabled smart prosthetics, have upgraded their motorized wheelchairs and assistive canes. We now have many Pradhan Mantri Divyasha Kendras nationwide, and we hope that to bring these 80 technologies within their reach of all the 100 and serve the unserved areas. The government cannot do this alone. We need innovation from the private sector and startups. At the Inclusive India Startup Summit that we held in May 2025, several MOUs were signed. Some NIPMAT Foundation, YLAC, Rap My City, many others. A AI-enabled chatbot has also been announced to assist departmental schemes. And I think for the upcoming AI for Empowering PWDs conference, we will be helping to bring together brilliant minds of academicians, technologists, innovators, policymakers, startups to discuss these very cutting edge AI applications. We have already entered into many MOUs, but we will be happy to enter into MOUs with startups and companies to bring these apps closer to improve the life of persons with disabilities. Distinguished delegates today, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, to which India is a signatory, and a Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016 envision a society where disability is not seen as a limitation, but as a dimension of human diversity. AI-enabled assistive technologies are the bridge to that vision. And like Amma in her message mentioned, most important, along with all the high-tech technology, the cutting-edge startups that we are trying to bring together, it is the mind, the attitude that needs to change. If we have enabled minds, if we have more inclusive thinking, we can come together and make that vision a reality. With signing of MOUs, we are not signing mere documents. We are signing a pledge that every Divyang child will have access to equal and quality education. Today, I call upon all stakeholders, the academia, industry, civil society, government, to join hands in this mission. Let us work together so that AI and assistive technology becomes economical enough to reach the length, the breadth of our country, from the metropolitan cities to remote villages, from well-funded private institutions to under-resourced schools. As Amma's teachings remind us again, service to the marginalized is service to the divine. Let the summit be a catalyst for that service through technology. And in the words of our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, let us ensure that in the march of technological progress, not a single Divyangjan is left behind. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Srimati Nanda, for your valuable insights and leadership in social justice. We now move to a significant milestone of today's program, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and the Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, ISLRTC, Government of India. This MOU seeks to advance inclusive education and accessibility for all learners, with focused support for persons with special educational needs. The MOU will be signed by Sri Kumar Raju, Director, Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, Government of India, in the august presence of our chief guest, Srimati Manmeet Kaur Nanda, IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, who is joining us online. May I request the dignitaries to kindly proceed with the formalities. Srimati Manmeet, could you please turn on your video? This collaboration underscores a shared commitment to equity, accessibility, and inclusive growth, advancing education through research, policy alignment, and technology-enabled solutions. We express our sincere gratitude to Sri Kumar Raju, Srimati Tulika Pandey, Dr. Sai, Dr. Prema and Dr. Raghu, especially to Srimati Manmeet Kaur Nanda for their valued presence and guidance, and to ISLRTC for partnering with us in this important initiative. I thank everyone involved in making these initiatives a reality. We are pleased to welcome Ms. Tulika Pandey, Scientist G at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, with over 3 decades of service to the nation. Since joining the Government of India in 1992, she has played a key role in shaping strategies for the inclusive deployment of information and communication technology, spanning areas such as e-learning, digital libraries, Indian language technologies, broadband communications, and internet governance. Her work has significantly contributed to leveraging emerging technologies for digital inclusion, and her current focus is on strengthening the security and resilience of India's digital payment ecosystem and advancing global discussions on cybersecurity and digital inclusion. May I invite Srimati Tulika Pandey to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. I first offer my humble pranams and lotus feet of Amma. And I would like to acknowledge the wonderful words that all my panelists here have spoken. To all who are present in the dais and to all those who are online, I welcome you to this very important discussion that we've joined in together. To all of you who are there in this room, this is a very important discussion that will not just work as as a support system for those who need assistive technologies. Actually, we all need assistive technologies. And whether you know or not, the term Divyangjan is Divyang. So they have a special character that we are missing. So first of all, we need to acknowledge that they are somebody who have been blessed with a very special, ability that we may not own. And that is the first start to this discussion that I'd like to make, that we need to be very aware of what is missing in us and what is it that we can gain from these special people. To Amma's words, I would like to assure her with the words of our Honorable Prime Minister, where he says we are at the dawn of the AI age. that will shape the course of humanity. Some people worry about machines becoming superior in intelligence to humans, but no one holds the key to our collective future and shared destiny other than us humans. So what he really is trying to say that it is our own ability of thinking and planning to use artificial intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence? It is human intelligence that is being translated and given to use machines to perform those intelligence. And when artificial intelligence came to India, we talked about the impact of artificial intelligence. We do not just talk about the different technologies or different businesses that can come. We are talking about how it will impact us humans. And that is one important change that we brought into the artificial intelligence discussion. When artificial intelligence came to India, we talk about a responsible artificial intelligence. That means we're talking about, what should we say, auditing possibility of all the processes, of all the systems, of all the services that will use our data, that will use information related to us and then give us service. So what is really important is to understand this country led by, the divine leaders like Amma and our very, honorable Prime Minister who thinks of inclusion, who discusses inclusion. So he says that emphasizing in his, the talk, he says the vision of India's role in a connected world emphasizes human-centric growth, digital inclusion, and cultural pride that needs to be retained in the global market. His vision of one earth, one family, one future is contrasting the traditional global village with the interconnected global family through sharing technology. So look at the kind of leadership that we have with us. Amma telling us that if you have education and if you have technology, but if you cannot help humanity, if you cannot include those who are not literate in a language, their exclusion implies our failure. We have our Honorable Prime Minister who's very clear that it is very important to include every citizen in the march towards success. So if we are not including, today in India, we're able to identify, the government says, the differently abled, the Divyangjan is one. We also have those people who have left technology behind, who have not adopted to technology. And today we talk about reaching out to the unreached through technology. So this country really looks at technology as a partner. And we are not adopting technology as it is. We are looking at adapting to technology, making it our own. So whenever any technology comes to India, we talk about adaptation to how human lives will benefit from it. And that is the small point that brings us back to Amrita University. For me at the Ministry of Electronics Information Technology, I've been coming back to Amma's feet and at Amrita University to see if we could together look at technology to help humans. The fear of technology interface, taking away jobs is not non-existent, because as I mentioned, the intelligence of artificial AI depends totally on our abilities, our thinking, and we are the ones who are transferring our knowledge. We are programming the machines to perform activities, processes, and others. And therefore, if we are limited in our, thought of implementation, what do we want to really develop? The same is performed by a machine. So the limitations of AI is actually a human thinking limitation. And we need to exploit the hardware technologies to perform with the software coding that we are writing. So basically, what is important for us is today to analyze the limitations of machine, to bring in the empathy that is not currently existing in a hardware machine or with a software coding, but can only be built with the help of humans bringing in those smaller aspects. So one important task that lies before us is to identify those gaps in technology implementation or human machine interface that needs to be addressed. That's the first point. The second important point is to include those who are sitting at the fringes waiting for us to create for them. But if we have those people as part of our development, we have heard Dr. Kaustubh here. People like him actually are the lights who lead us to better developments, to a technology development that is truly inclusive. And we are not doing a favor. We are not trying to give something. Our effort has to be more like, what is it that they will bring for our ease of life? So when we work for the senior citizens or the women or the differently able, what we have realized is our software coding practices itself, our hardware empowerment itself, and how we are deploying them is limited with our thoughts. We are only helping to see and develop what we can see, what we can hear, and what we can read. And that is a very big limitation that I personally feel artificial intelligence can break. So it's important that we understand how to use technology and overcome these aspects of machine versus humans. So my request to all of you is only to think of what is that gap that you have identified between the machine and human interface that you can address. How are you really looking at data analysis? How can you really bring in the aspects of empathy as one of the flavors that is missing from here? We always have heard that technology is neutral, gender neutral, but is it really so? And many of us, and we are also funding such programs from the government of India to bring in women participation into it. I have, over my few last years of search for women contribution to technology, science, physics, have realized that women have always been a key contributor, but for reasons of a different kind those ages, the acknowledgement of those women who contributed are missing. And so the new paradigm that I'm bringing in is, let us acknowledge the contributions of those who are not in the mainstream. Let us all acknowledge the little programs or the little successes that is brought in, but it drops in the side because nobody has really brought it into the mainstream. The contribution of every work that you all do to the GDP can be brought in if you know how to share what you have created, if you know how to build and present it to, of course, your institution and to the government and to the globe. And you will see that in the current year, last year onwards, we are seeing a lot of these contributions now coming up. Many times it's 50 years old, many times it is more than that. But the contributions are now being popular. And this is one of the contribution of technology. We did not lose it because it was stored somewhere in in a database, and it is now being brought in, it is now being analyzed, and based on some of those learnings we are now able to create governance mechanisms, funding mechanisms, and how do we really create the right framework to be able to benefit from technology. And in today's symposium, it is a pleasure that we see that the global world order is coming together, and it will be a pleasure to benefit from any of the initiatives taken by others in other countries. India stands committed. The government of India will be happy to partake in all these exercises. And with the help of institutions like Amrita and others, we really will make a difference to the global bird order in technology deployment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Srimati Tulika Pandey, for sharing your valuable insights and expertise. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. With the kind permission of the chair and in the esteemed presence of Srimati Tulika Pandey and Dr. Amarendra Prasad Behra, Joint Director, Central Institute of Educational Technology, National Council of Educational Research and Training, joining us online, along with our distinguished dignitaries on the dais, we now proceed to the launch of OLabs AI, Virtual Labs. This initiative marks an important step towards enhancing experiential, technology-enabled learning and expanding access to quality education through innovative digital platforms. May I invite the dignitaries to kindly join us for the official launch of OLabs AI Virtual Labs. We're requesting Dr. Behra to say a few words before we begin the launch.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All the esteemed colleagues, can you hear me?
Check audio settings, please.
Can you hear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good morning. Namaskar to all of you. At the outset, my heartfelt pranam to Mata Amrita Maiji, and also all the esteemed colleagues, especially Madam Manmeet Kaur Nandaji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, and esteemed Madam Srimati Tulika Pandeji, Scientist G, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, esteemed Pro Vice Chancellor of the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, and also esteemed Professor Premaji, Professor Raghuramanji, and all the esteemed colleagues, including the respected Most Honorable Ammaji, who is the Chancellor of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, and my colleagues from NCERT, Professor Dr. Bobby and Dr. Ruchi, Dr. Gypsy, and all the distinguished participants across the country. First of all, I congratulate the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, which has taken the lead in collaborating with various agencies, including the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and Ministry of Education, for organizing AI-enabled assistive technology for inclusive education conference particularly, and also collaborating with us to organize a 2-day orientation on virtual labs on inclusive education particularly. And I once again congratulate the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, and all of us, we know that the NEP 2020 has given a lot of emphasis on use and integration of technology, including cutting edge technology, while talking about equitable quality education and lifelong learning for all, that too rooted in Indian culture and ethos. Our policy has talked about a curriculum which is holistic, which is integrated, and which is engaging, and which is joyful. And I don't think without the use and integration of technology, especially when India works at a scale, it cannot be thought of that without the use of technology it can happen. I remember Honorable PM, when the Digital India campaign was being launched in 2015 by Ministry of Electronics and IT. So Honorable PM said, given the scale we have, the 140 crore plus population, and nearly 15 lakh schools in the country, nearly 1,165 Indian universities, more than 50,000 colleges, and nearly 30 crore students, both in school and higher education. School education alone is having 20 crore students, and nearly 1 crore 16 lakh teachers in the country. So in school education alone, 1 crore plus teachers are there. Higher education, nearly 16 lakh teachers are there. So the Honorable PM says the skill, scale, and speed together can be achieved by use and integration of technology. Otherwise, it is difficult. I repeat, the skill, scale, and speed together can be achieved by use and integration of technology. And there are 5 major thrust areas the policy has highlighted that technology needs to be used. The first and foremost is using technology for teaching, learning, and assessment, because we know that plenty of resources, tools are there we need to use for these purposes. The policy also endorses the second thrust as overcoming the barrier of languages. All of us, we know that India is second to none as far as the system of education is concerned. It is also linguistically very diverse. We have 1300 plus languages in the country, and the AI being used by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, particularly the Vasini tool and even the Anuvadini tool of AICT. These are also leveraging translation across the country, and in several languages we are having resources. And the third thing we are talking about is the policy, particularly the first is teacher preparation and in-service training of teachers need to happen using technology. And minimum every teacher need to have 50 hours mandatory training per annum, and technology needs to be used for that. And two last thrust areas the policy talks about is, one is, the fourth one is inclusion. And the policy says the Divyang word has been echoed, and as far as the RPWD 2016 Act is concerned, there are 21 different variety of Divyang people, and we technology needs to address the concern of that. Last not least, the thirst is technology needs to be used for overcoming the administrative challenges and issues, particularly using technology for educational administration and management. So India has already started, and we are one of the leading user and developer of AI, and the Ministry of Electronics IT is leading that. And Madam Tulika is very much there. It is heartening to see her in Amritapuri. And once again, congratulations to the whole team. And I also in advance congratulate that Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham could think that a separated AI-enabled app could be developed so that the dissemination of virtual labs could be done at ease and in multiple Indian languages also. So app-based solutions are many times very useful and very engaging, and also the searchability navigation becomes very easy through audio input or the text input. So this kind of solutions are very key in achieving the quality in education sector. All of us, we know how difficult it is to bring labs into the classrooms, because there could be hazardous chemicals also, and the dissection of frogs are banned in our classroom environmentally. So till we get a dead frog to dissect, definitely children need to do that with a simulator. Similarly, it is true for driving also. Many of us, we do driving straight away without going on a simulator, which is very fatal, hazardous, and it could cause death also if we commit a mistake. So simulators can help us in practicing. So there comes the role of digital labs, O labs, by popularly known by Amrita family and the virtual reality world. So let us once again congratulate and join together to bring such resources to all the teachers and teacher educators, so that whether it is hazardous chemical or environmentally not permissible, but virtual labs every time will be evergreen and handy for teachers for giving practice to young children, so that skills are practiced in our classrooms. Thank you very much. Over to the team.
We shall now proceed with the launch. Inviting Srimati Tulika Pandey to launch the new app.
OLABS is India's leading virtual laboratory platform for science education. It is award-winning, scalable, and designed to make learning inclusive. Recognized under Digital India, supported by METI and the Ministry of Education, Government of India, to push innovation further, the journey continued at OLABS Hackathon, a national-level hackathon that brought together student innovators from across the country. Here, winning ideas were transformed into real, working solutions, built by student innovators who became part of the development journey. The result, OLABS AI, Virtual Labs. AI now supports students during virtual experiments in real time. It delivers adaptive questions and personalized feedback for deeper understanding, enabling smarter learning and better educational outcomes. OLABS with AI, innovation in action.
Thank you, everyone, supporting us during this launch. We now welcome Brahmacharni Amrita Chaitanya, representing the Mata Amritandamai Math, to share a few words. She's a published author and speaker on Sanatana Dharma, and she has been deeply involved in initiatives supporting education, community development, and women's empowerment.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. I bow down before our most beloved Amma, dignitaries on the dais, those with us online, and everyone gathered here. I have a friend who served for several years as the principal of our Amrita Speech and Hearing Improvement School in Thrissur. She told me about a boy who was brought to the school by his parents. Anish, he was completely deaf, so he'd been struggling at a regular school as he wasn't receiving the attention and support he needed to be able to keep up with the other children. So he wasn't able to progress academically at all. And he was also completely isolated from the other kids. So when the parents came to the school, they were distraught because their son was completely unresponsive to any form of communication. He wouldn't look anyone in the eye. Besides being incapable of oral communication or sign language, he could also barely read or write. Now, everything began to change when they came into contact with the teachers and staff in our school in Thrissur. A lot of attention was given to him. He received individualized support. And he was encouraged to communicate confidently using sign language and also being guided in speech articulation at the pace that was appropriate to his abilities. So for the first time, Anish was placed at the center of attention, but in a positive way. His needs were understood, his strengths nurtured. And with the guidance and training from the teachers, Anish began to excel in sports meets at youth festivals for differently abled children. So slowly his parents, they began to shed those feelings of shame that society had imposed upon them. And so given the right support, he ended up doing very well academically. And now he works for the government as an assistant engineer for the surveying department. Anish was able to flourish because of the environment that the school and then his family was able to provide. But sadly, as we all know too well, and has been mentioned today, this is really not the case for everyone. There has been a huge amount of progress in the last few decades. I actually hadn't realized that the term Divyang was what was used. And it gave me so much hope to see it written on our train coaches for differently abled people. And as Dr. Tulika mentioned just now, Divya literally means divine. So Divyang means someone whose bodily condition includes divine potential rather than any lack or deficiency. But there is still a long way to go. Along with such changes in our institutions, in parallel to that, there needs to be a change in our mindset, and each of us have a role to play in this. Spirituality is a very powerful tool to promote inclusion because it addresses the very root of the problem. It addresses our sense of being different from others, of being different from fellow human beings. As Amma says, our sense of being an isolated island, whereas in reality, we are deeply connected, like the links of a chain. In our ashram, we have a long-term resident called Brian. He's from America. So when he was 3 years old, his sister was born with cerebral palsy. So forever she'd be dependent on others just to fulfill her basic needs, such as taking bath or getting dressed. So from the very beginning, Brian felt his sister to be a burden. And throughout his childhood, he was embarrassed and ashamed and even angry that he had to endure the presence of his sister in his life. He was completely incapable of being loving towards her. Now, years later, he met our Amma. He would sit and watch Amma for hours, just in awe, seeing how loving she could be with every single person who came to her. And he noticed how Amma showers extra love and attention on people who were differently abled. So he spoke to Amma about his sister, and Amma gave him some advice. Amma said, "You may also have been like that in a past life. So now you should try and see the world through her eyes, through your sister's eyes." Amma's core teaching is that of oneness, that all of us share the same divine essence. So she teaches us to try to see ourselves in others, breaking down the walls of difference and separation, these walls that we ourselves have built. So these words from Amma really changed the way that Brian saw his sister. Rather than push her away, he tried seeing himself in her and was able to be gradually more loving, more patient. But Amma's teaching methods go far beyond mere instruction. So many years later, Brian brought his sister to Amma's program during Amma's US tour when we were in Los Angeles. So Brian was ready to introduce his sister to Amma, but when he saw how excited both Amma and his sister were to see each other, he realized there was no need for any introduction. So after giving his sister beautiful darshan, Amma asked her to sit by the side of her chair as she continued receiving everyone who had come. And then Amma and Brian's sister had a whole chat for the next 45 minutes. At one point, Amma asked her if she would sing a few songs right then and there. Brian's sister happily agreed. So Amma asked the Swamis to pause the bhajan session. The girl was given a mic, and just standing next to Amma's chair, she went on to sing 3 songs. After her mini concert, the whole hall broke into a huge applause. Just a little brackets here. In the ashram, we're very familiar with such wonderful performances. Because when the students come from our institutes for the differently abled, we have one in Kochi, one in Kozhikode. So when they come for Amma's darshan, we get such performances. And these students include not only children, but also adults who require support beyond what their family can provide. We also have early intervention clinics for children and also counseling for the parents. So when they come to the ashram, along with Amma, we all enjoy their skits and music and dance performances. Anyway, just to come back to Brian's sister, after she finished singing, things became quiet on the stage. And she looked around and she saw people were meditating. So she asked her brother, she asked Brian, she said, "Oh, this is a very quiet place here, isn't it?" He said, "Yes." So she said, "Should I also be quiet then?" He said, "Yes." At that point, Amma, who was still giving darshan, she turned to see what was going on and she asked about what had just been said. When she heard what Brian had told her sister, his sister, Amma turned to the sister and said, "No, no, please keep talking." And then turning to Brian, Amma said, "Whenever someone with so much innocence speaks, every word that comes out of their mouth is like a mantra." This is what spirituality teaches us. It's not about just intellectually agreeing with the idea that everyone is equal and deserving of respect and dignity, but it goes one step further. It helps us recognize the divine in every being. In that light, Divyang is not merely a label. It becomes an experience, a way of seeing. At the deepest level, we begin to perceive the oneness in all of life. We recognize ourselves and others, and from that recognition, patience, empathy, and love arise effortlessly, spontaneously. So both Anisha's story and Brian's sister's story, they show us that transformation is possible. But it happens when the environments are supportive, when families are encouraged, and when institutions are sensitive. But above all, when our perception changes, as Dr. Sai mentioned such a touching way earlier. So it's when we shift from seeing difference as a deficiency to recognizing it as another expression of life. And until we reach that way of seeing, it's not those with disabilities who have impaired vision. It is we who do, limited in our perception, unable to see the fullness of the human being before us. India, or Bharat, is the spiritual heart of the world. And at the very core of that spirituality lies an inclusive vision, one that doesn't divide humanity into able and disabled, or us and them, but recognizes the same divine essence shining through every form. There, no one is excluded, no one is invisible, and no one is defined by limitation. That is the promise of spirituality, to heal our vision, so we may finally see one another fully, lovingly, and as we truly are. Thank you. Om Amriteshwari Namaha.
Thank you, Brahmacharya Amrita Chaitanya. Moving on, it is a profound honor for us to host our esteemed dignitaries today. We are pleased to felicitate our distinguished guests. We request Dr. Prema Nedungadi to kindly present the memento to Srimati Tulika Pandey. Thank you, Dr. Prema. May I invite Dr. Raghuraman to present the memento to Dr. Sai Kaustav Das Gupta. We request Srimati Radhika Menon to present the memento to Sri Kumar Raju. Thank you, ma'am. To conclude the inaugural session, we invite Dr. Raghuraman to share his closing remarks. Dr. Raghuraman is the UNESCO chairholder on assistive technologies in education, Dean, School of Business, Director, Amrita Center for Policy Research, Director, Amrita Center for Advancing Rankings Excellence, Co-Director, Amrita Center for Research in Accessible Technologies for Education, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham.
Pranams in the lotus feet of our Chancellor Amma. Pranams to all the distinguished the dais. Neurodiversity is actually a strength, unique ability. Every one of these speakers mentioned that they are part of the natural diversity of the human ability. Of course, education plays a very central role here. When the classrooms are accessible, learning becomes extremely meaningful and as well as interesting. When technology like AI supports inclusion, dignity follows. This is what quality education truly means. I think at Amrita, inspired by our Chancellor Amma, we believe compassion must move beyond just the intention or the words. It must show up in design. It must show up in policy. It must show up in scalability. What you saw today were some of the finest examples of ideas, projects directly nurtured and guided by our Chancellor Amma. In fact, I would say AI at Amrita stands for a slightly different thing. It's really Amma's intelligence that nourishes and guides the entire Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. These were Amma's words. True compassion is not just to feel for another, but to act so that no one is left behind. A hearty welcome to each and every one of you to Amma's abode here in Amritapuri campus. Thank you so much and humble pranams.
Dr. Raghuraman, for your insightful closing and guidance for the day ahead. A very hearty word of thanks to the ISL TRSE team for their unwavering support to the deaf participants, which played a crucial role in the smooth and inclusive flow of this session. We will now have a short tea break and a networking session. We kindly request all dignitaries and speakers to stay back for a group photograph before joining the tea. Everyone else can please proceed towards the places where we have kept the tea ready. And we request you to kindly assemble back. There is a pre-survey that the participants need to complete. After tea, please come back. We shall display the QR code. Thank you all. Please assemble back at 11:50. Thank you.
Rania ji. Priya.
Start money.
Starting currency detection. I see 500 rupees.
Stop money.
Money detection stopped.
Start scene.
Starting seeing understanding. Caution, window is nearby.
Stop scene. Start money.
Starting currency detection.
Start money.
Starting currency detection.
Start money.
Starting currency detection. I see 500 rupees. Money detection stopped.
Going to start the next part of this session. Okay. So we now move into the keynote session. We are pleased to welcome Ms. Nupur Junjunwala, trustee and co-founder of Changing Foundation and a lifelong advocate of building equitable and inclusive society. With over 2 decades of experience across government, international organizations, and the development sector, Ms. Junjunwala has worked extensively on gender equality, education, digital inclusion, accessibility, and financial inclusion, collaborating with institutions such as UN Women, UNESCO, and the World Bank. May I now invite Ms. Nupur Junjunwala to join us online and deliver her keynote address.
Namaste. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you. Can you 1 second? Let me just share my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can see you.
But can you see my screen?
No, we can see your, your video is on, but not what you're sharing.
Okay.
There's a backdrop and we can see you.
Okay, just 1 second. I'm just trying to figure out where. Now?
Yeah, it's come, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. I apologize, I can't be there in person, but I'm in cold Lucknow, waiting for a government meeting. So namaste to everybody who is there. I know we all come from a community of people who are very committed to including people with different abilities and disabilities into our world. Tired of the way they've been excluded for so many years. So I'm going to bring in a slightly different perspective to how we can approach this and the role of technology that can be played with a focus on AI.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you just give us a minute?
Yes.
The ISL interpreter cannot hear ma'am's address. Can somebody please increase the volume? Media team. Ma'am, can you speak again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
Uh, Perfect. So I wanted to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to address you all. I know we have a lot of experts in the room, and I apologize, I'm not there in person. I'm stuck in cold Lucknow for a state meeting with the government. Um, I know we all come from the joint belief that people with disabilities and different abilities must be integrated into the community. Um, and technology plays a big role in it. Today, I'm going to try and bring in a slightly different perspective of how we can achieve this um, and how we can work with others to bring this in. Um, so really, first is what is assistive technology, right? I think currently our thoughts and the way society looks at assistive tech needs to be sort of expanded to look at any tool, whether it's simple or not, that helps us learn, communicate, or function better. We often consider assistive tech only from a disability lens, but I think with the diversity of thinking and abilities in our society, it needs to be looked at in any technology that helps us function better. Um, so quickly, I'd like to ask the audience, and ma'am, if you can get answers for us. is which AT solution do people in the room use the most?
People in the audience, can you please give your, choices? Ma'am is asking a question. Which AT
That-
solution do you like to use the most? Closed captions, ma'am. Anything else?
Okay.
That's all, ma'am. Closed captions. Thank you.
So the next question I have then is, how many of you all have used spell check?
Raise your hand. Spell check. I think almost the whole hall.
Right? How many of you all have used audiobooks?
Audiobooks? Not many, ma'am.
Okay. How many have listened to podcasts?
Podcasts, more hands than the audiobook.
Yeah. How many of you all like watching videos?
A lot of people, ma'am.
Right? And then how many people have liked using, use voice notes on when they send messages?
Both hands.
Right? So these are all technically assistive tech solutions that we've been put together. These were not solutions that were designed for people like us, the typical population to use, but really they were supposed to be inclusive technologies. But they've become so ingrained in our everyday life that we don't even realize the difference now between what is assistive tech and what is regular tech functionalities. I'd like to give you, on the screen, you see a lot more of the solutions that we won't often think or consider as assistive tech that we can leverage. Google Lens, or any lens where we are able to take a picture and scan. For people who are neurodiverse, like ADHD, SLDs, who have challenges with organization, right? Calendars are one of the strongest pieces of assistive technology that was created because it allows us to color code, prioritize, keep track of time, speechify Grammarly. These are all assistive tech tools that we would not think about that have become part of it. So, here is a sense of mainstreaming AT solutions that are part of our everyday life. In reading, we do display control, control for animated moving content, highlighting content, optical OCR, where we are able to take pictures, audio descriptions in watching, pre-recording, in writing, speech to text, text to speech, spell check, word prediction, in listening, audio control. Originally, we used to think about play, pause, and volume. Just at the beginning of this session, we had to adjust the volume so that our interpreter could hear and translate. But there's also speed now because everybody's processing speeds are different. So you have the ability to slow down sound or increase the speed, which earlier was not. Foregroundings, on the spot sign language translation, closed captioning was something. And now I also see new technologies that let us blur backgrounds or objects, uh, edit in pictures things that we think we don't want, so you can delete them on the fly. So things like that. And then one piece of AT that we miss is the organization bit. Alarm clocks, calculators, calendars, these are all assistive tech depending on what disability you work with. So audiobooks is a great example of assistive tech that has become so pervasive in mainstream technologies that we've forgotten the origin of it and don't care that it was actually assistive tech. Today, more books are heard than they're actually read. And as we start thinking about what it means to read, and we talk about children's learning journeys, do we consider listening to a book also part of the learning journey and part of the reading journey? So we have different forms of books, Audiobooks, podcasts have become one. Small videos. Now we see books in the form of short reels. Stories are being told through those. So it's a new form of technology that evolves every day. And AT as we know it is mainstream across all devices. Originally, when it used to be that for different disability groups, we needed to buy different tech to bring in. But now our mainstream and larger tech providers inbuilt tech solutions and assistive tech solutions for our community. Apple, for example, designs everything which is neurodiverse friendly. Interestingly enough, that is often why it is also very highly ranked in UI UX bit. Google, Microsoft are similar in terms of how they look at their solutions. And the reason I mention this and is to bring the message home that we need to stop looking at assistive tech as a solution only for people with disability. Assistive tech, when positioned as making life easier for everybody in the population, giving them the control of making life easy for them, works much better. And as the solution, we need to start thinking about this. The other bit is that assistive tech is one of the largest growing markets economically in the world. So we have about 1.8 billion global population estimate by WHO of people with disabilities who they and their families have more than $13 trillion purchasing power. And the disposable income is $1.95 trillion of just PWDs. Our collective ability to drive the market is much stronger than people realize. I think latest data is around 2.45 now, and I apologize for not having that here. But what we need to start thinking about is how we position our demands for assistive tech development as well. Spectacles, for one example, used to be something that people with visual impairment used, but today it's one of the largest, most popular fashion accessories ever, where people without weak eyesight also want to wear it as a statement of personality. So, who is this larger audience that we want to look at? One, of course, in India, we have the rights of persons with disability, which has the 21 types of disabilities. And that's the permanent disabilities, most of which people are born with. But then there's a group of temporary disabilities as well, right? Who may have had an accident, who may have, for some other reasons, developed it in an undercure. And then the last bit that we often forget about is the progressive conditions, right? Where people over age, and this is the silver line economy that we talk about, is disabilities that grow and the needs and demands that grow as people age. Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, those kind of disabilities, mental health challenges that may not be part of the 21 disabilities, but still a large community of people that need to look at it. When we start looking at this larger group, the population demand for assistive tech suddenly grows profoundly multiple times, right? And our ability to negotiate our needs from a tech perspective grows as well. Next, I would like to present a framework of how we need to start looking at inclusive tech and assistive tech. Often we look at assistive tech only to address accommodations of things that we cannot do because of our disability. And we forget about the other aspects inclusive tech can help us with. For example, screening and identification. When it comes to disabilities like learning disability, cognitive challenges, autism, technology is playing a far greater role in their early identification. Eyesight as well. hearing, in their identification than we ever realized before. The other is quality of life and economic empowerment. As y'all were on break, on the screen, I was seeing assistive tech being used to read money. Things like that. We often forget agency of people with disabilities and their desire to live independently high quality lives as individual contributors to the economy, as part of the skilled employable workforce, having personal lives that are fulfilling, with mobility, safety, and ability to communicate. And the last, and this is a challenge we see across the world, especially in low income countries, is access to remediation and treatment. How do we use technology to get remediation, special educators, therapists to our people where humans cannot go and access that without bias, without hurt? And when we look at these four quadrants, the gamut and the spectrum of assistive tech suddenly widens. And we look at that, we start seeing a large set of startups and companies that are looking at these solutions globally, many of them that are on the verge of becoming unicorns and startups with strong financial background. The reason I'm bringing this to your notice is because assistive tech often is put in the bucket of social welfare, of charity, of philanthropy, of something that is nice to do, a noble task. And then that leaves our community vulnerable to the kindness of those around us. But when you create strong economic cases of success, you suddenly have people jumping on the boat, wanting to create solutions which are large scale. So, really, it is our perspectives and not our disabilities that limit our potential. So, we are often looked at, and I apologize for our bias that comes in, but with my years of experience, when I see people approach me, they come and say, Nubuji, you're doing such a noble task. What a lovely human being. And to me, that's the most frustrating thing, even though I know people around us don't mean it in that way, is the notion is the left. Hum bechare. Whereas what's really true is assistive tech helps us move people to the right, to the winners, to the contributors, to the success models, to the mentors and people that we look up to, not because they overcame their challenges, but because of the levels of success that any person will aspire to. So, I believe that AI plays a really, really important role in emerging as solutions to accelerate assistive tech adoption. But for AI to be truly inclusive, we need to follow three pillars. One is AI, and this is something that we innately jump to, AI for inclusion. Can we quickly create solutions that address our immediate needs, right? Which talks about things like an immersive reader. I saw the the monetary note reader, whether it's language translation, immersive reader, screening tools, the gamut of it. It's really AI for inclusion, which is, are we leveraging AI to create applications and solutions for our community? But what we also need to start focusing on is the back end of it, right? Is AI truly inclusive? The data sets that we are using for training, the base, is that inclusive? Are our people represented in it? Is our perspective used in the perspective of training? right? Um, there was a big gender lens to it. It's time that disability lens gets in to data sets and training. Second is the generative AI content. Are they aligning with our guidelines for assistive tech? So when I use Nano Banana and it creates this beautiful infographic for me, or when I use Notebook LLM, the kind of presentations it generates for helping in learning, is it inclusive? Can I moderate it and edit it for it to be accessible? And then, are AI driven solutions representative of our solution? Right? And then finally, innovation for inclusion. Very, very critical. Is the community that is developing this solution innovative? Does it include people with disabilities in it? Is the tech community that is testing, designing, solutioning, using part of includes people with disabilities? Unfortunately, not enough. And we really, really need to thinking about how do we start getting those people, getting our people into those teams. Because unless we meet all three pillars in the world of AI, can we truly creative assistive tech tools? Can we truly ensure that these tools and this AI is inclusive for persons with disabilities? And this is the thought that I would like to leave you all with today. Thank you for listening. If we have time, I'm happy to take reflections or feedback, answer any questions. And with that, I stop my presentation. Once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Nupur, for your inspiring talk. If anybody has feedback or questions, we'll take it at the end of the session. Moving on, it is our pleasure to welcome Ms. Shraddha Agarwal, Deaf Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Science A2, an inclusive edtech platform dedicated to bridging learning gaps for the deaf community. Born deaf, Ms. Agarwal brings powerful lived experiences to her leadership, guiding Science A2 across product innovation, user research, and community-centered design to create accessible and meaningful learning solutions. She holds a master's degree in innovation and entrepreneurship with distinction from the University of Warwick and remains committed to inclusive, equitable, and accessible education. May I invite Ms. Shraddha Agarwal to kindly deliver her keynote address.
Okay. In the last 5 seconds, were you able to hear me? No, right? Exactly. So welcome to my world and millions of deaf people who face this every single day. And this is not about hearing loss. It is actually about access loss. And access is the foundation of education. Now, let us say, how does hearing people pick up language? It is with the help of sounds, right? You connect sounds with phonetics, and then phonetics to alphabets. And that's how the hearing person is able to map sounds with alphabets. And then they use all the letters together to make a word, right? But when it comes to a deaf person, unfortunately, we do not hear sounds. And so we are unable to map sounds with the letters. And here is the most important part. Just like how you have in English, Hindi, Tamil, Marathi, spoken and written language. But when it comes to sign language, there is no written script for it. And so can you imagine how a deaf person actually sit in the classroom and learn a second language? And it is not just difficult, it is actually cognitive unfair for the child because you are asking them to decode a script without any auditory input. And so this is why literacy is a huge challenge in the deaf community. Not because they are less capable or they are less intelligent or because they're not even trying. It is actually because we have never designed the education system made for the deaf community. And this is not just a social issue, it is actually a language and learning issue. Now, let me give you a few statistics. In India alone, there are 63 million deaf people who face hearing loss, and 90% of these people are born to hearing parents who have no awareness of deaf culture. And this actually leads to 85 to 90% of the deaf people not having low to no literacy skills. But to be very frank with you, they're very strong in Indian sign language. But the difference here is we are living in a world which is built for the hearing people and not for the deaf community. And so there's a lot of language barriers with assist. And this is not such a small problem. It is actually a mass educational failure out in plain sight. And did you know that a 12th standard deaf student literacy grade is equal to 3rd to 4th grade hearing student? And it's not because of ability, intelligence, or effort, but because they were never taught in their own language. And no amount of motivation or better teaching can fix this problem without access to language. And by the way, this is not such a story. It is my own story. It is based on my own personal experience. So I grew up in mainstream schools and everything where I used to face a lot of difficulties to be able to access education. I had to repeat, guess, overcompensate, and even work twice as hard just to keep up. And it's not because I lacked ability. It's because the system was not built for me. And based on this experience of mine, it's where I actually started this platform to ensure that no child has to struggle to belong. And so we thought about it like, what would happen if we actually built education especially made for the deaf community? And this is how Sunsetu came into picture. The Sunsetu is an all-in-one educational platform where we teach deaf people how to read and write in English, which is their second language, with the help of Indian Sign Language. In short, Sunsetu Duolingo for the deaf. And every concept is explained using Indian Sign Language videos, strong pictures, writer tests, and interactive games. So what we strongly believe is that instead of forcing the child to learn a second language without understanding, we aim to ensure that they pick up a second language through their natural language. And by the way, Sunsetu is actually co-created with the deaf community. We strongly believe that we cannot assist without co-creation with the deaf community. Deaf standards, deaf educators, and deaf children. And also, I would like to also share some updates about it. So we have done a pilot in Hyderabad school for 3-month program where the deaf children were actually starting from minus 13%, but within a span of 3 months, they came to 60%. And this gain is possible not because the children worked hard or because the teachers also contributed like had to do double effort for them. It is because we actually taught them in their own language. So this is what we want to stress upon on. If you are able to remove the language barrier, ability will show up every single time. So this is what assistive technology is all about. So assistive technology helps us to bridge the barriers between the different able community and with the world. So I would like to show a demo of the product of what we have built. Just a moment. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So these are platforms which we have made for the deaf community. So as you can see, it's called Sanketu. And what we do is we have made it very gamified. So on the left side, you can see the lesson where the child has left off from. And on the right side, we made it a gamified to ensure that daily learning happens in the home and at school. And so you can see like here we have multiple categories where we actually start from the very basic to the advanced. And so we have like a multiple topics. And if you see, we have like, let's say, basic need. Okay. So in each topic, what we believe that we have two types of lessons. One is a vocabulary and the other one is a storybook. So whatever the child learns in vocabulary, you bring it to the storybook to help in reinforcement. I'll just show you one example of it. Actually, I've read it before. Yeah. So as you can see, we have each word which is finger spelled in some language to ensure that there's a mental connection between the alphabet and the sign language letters. And the child can increase the speed or slow down the speed, or you can even maximize it for low visibility, just in case. And to have a visual picture next to it, with helps in easy recognition. And at the same time, we ensure active learning takes place. And how to active learning takes place when the child learns to type the word. Because what we have seen in the deaf children is they understand the concept, but they don't know the spelling of the word. So now if you see, if you make a mistake, it shows red. So we actually make it active by making it green. So that's how the child recognizes it. Similarly, we have multiple words at the same time. And so what we do is we believe in 5 times of revision. So, like first screen is sign language video learning. The second one is multiple typing. And then we have 3 games, which I will show right now. And you cannot copy paste it as well. Actually, you can't copy paste it. Because we don't want the child to, just copy paste. We believe that they have to learn the spelling thoroughly. And without a strong foundation, it would be difficult for them to pursue higher education or even apply for jobs. these, so whatever games you have designed as a Santa for Cretan implanted, because most of the children tend to forget easily. And that's how we have made the game to be. Just a moment. So anyway, these are some of the games, and you can actually see the results as well. But before that, I'll just go through a storybook. Like whatever words we have taught, right? So I'll show you this. Yeah. So if you see, we have like a full sentence video. And then at the same time, we have like individual language dictionary for each of the word. Just in case if the child is not able to follow in the class. The individual word. Like that. And similarly, just before where we make them to play the game. And this is one of the most famous games that the children love. Now it's about Shiva thinks, I put shoes, it was so that it thinks. So we made it very visual oriented, lots of text, which doesn't overwhelm the child. I'll just show you the report. Yeah, so now you can see how much score it is, and you can see the report. It is actually helps the teachers to identify like which area the child is struggling with. And this actually makes education more customized for them. And also at the same time, we have like a lot of flashback where the child can actually go into the story and learn whatever words they need to learn automatically. Like a progress report, and we also have a grammar session as well for the older crowd, wherein we teach a concept between like on, above, on, below, all that. So that's exactly what we do. And yeah, that's about it from the demo side. And I wanted to also highlight that AI is actually a game changer. It helps it to be an equalizer. Because for instance, right now a lot of technology are coming up wherein, like for example, I cannot hear. So I use a speech to text transcript to be able to access whatever the other person is speaking to me. And I believe even deep within tech, it's also building a sign language to speech text as well. So AI is actually a game changer. It actually helps us to bring the technology and education at par in 2026. So that's where we are at. Thank you. If you have any questions, most welcome to ask. I cannot mute her lips. It's an app. Yes. Thank you. No, it is a website.
Website and app.
It is so right now it is a website.
Okay.
It is www.sicn.setu. SETU. Can you give the link on the screen? Sansketi.com. So that it will be helpful. We have a mobile app which is coming up, but the website is live.
Okay, please share the details on the screen.
Uh, Maybe I can share my screen. Okay. Maybe the second password. Okay, one second. Yeah, yeah. Just a moment. Okay.
Interested
Maybe you can take a picture of it and then you can connect with me.
take a picture and you can connect with ma'am after the session.
No problem. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shraddha Agrawal, for that powerful and deeply inspiring address. Your journey and work truly reflects the spirit of inclusion through innovation. We now move into our live demo session, showcasing innovative assistive technologies developed through research, practice, and close collaboration with the community. This session highlights solutions designed to empower learners with diverse abilities, especially the deaf and those with learning difficulties. So we begin with Dr. Divya Udayan J., Associate Professor, School of Computing, Amritapuri. Dr. Divya is a distinguished researcher in cognitive robotics, human-computer interaction, machine learning, and virtual reality, and has been instrumental in guiding innovative student-led projects in assistive learning. Today, she will present the work carried out by her students under her expert guidance in cognitive robotics for assistive learning. Dr. Divya.
Shreya, good morning to all. So today I'll be showcasing some of our student projects. They are in the development stage. The prototype has been developed and most of the students are second year and beginning their third year BTech students. So the first project that we are showcasing today is Assistive Learning, a blind assistance model. Here in this project, you can see a user wearing a cap and he has a camera fitted on it and he has been closing his eyes. And then he's able to scan the money and it is being given as audio output to the user. So let's move on to the demo. So the money is being shown to the user and it is being given as audio input. So he's not looking at the money. Any denomination of money, 10 rupee, 100 rupee, everything is being displayed. Next, the scene description. He is looking at a window. So the system recognizes the window and gives him as audio output, like it is a window with yellow curtain. Next, recognizing the objects that is in front of him, whether it is a ball or a picture that is in front. So the scene description is also being given. Now the module goes on to read a particular script. So OCR technique is being given and reading is being done.
Implications, faster penalty proceedings, greater efficiency.
So books can be read.
Risk for taxpayers. NXWEF, April 1, 2025.
Next, the face recognition module. Unknown person comes in front of him. Then it recognizes that it is a person and the gender and the emotion of the person. Approximate age limit is also being displayed. Now, what if a known person again comes? This information is stored in the database and it communicates to him like his acquaintance has come.
Please look at the
Giving the
camera.
name.
Adding your face. Added successfully. Bhavik looks neutral. Bhavik looks neutral.
Next project we have is the interactive chatbot robot that too developed by our students, which will help in smart learning. Its name is Buddy.
What's your name? I am Buddy, a friendly social robot. Say about Amrita Engineering College, Kollam. Affirmative. I have retrieved information on Amrita Institute of Technology and Science, Pernambuco. It's possible that it might be related to the Amrita Vishwavidyapitham location in Pune, whereas Amrita College in Kollam was a branch which got closed. Okay. Who is the Prime Minister of India?
You can ask questions like who is the Prime Minister of India, etc. And it will give the reply. The LLM module is being embedded in the robot.
Okay. What are the alphabets in English?
Alphabets in English.
English alphabet consists of this letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Colors in rainbow.
Colors in rainbow.
I have identified colleagues in rainbow order. Red Alex, orange Samantha, yellow Ryan, green Emily, blue Michael, indigo David, violet Sophia. Okay, sad.
It also expresses emotions like a happy emotion. It is very attractive for students, students.
Okay, up.
Heads up. And it is also built that we have a smart balance. It won't fall easily. It will go back if it is detecting a fall. So in this robot, we have added the large language model in order to transform it from just a machine-like robot into a very intelligent and interactive robot. Next is a wheelchair, autonomous wheelchair with gesture recognition and voice control, both being embedded into it. So here we have fitted it with different sensors like camera, IMU sensors, LiDAR, ultrasonic sensors, and input can be gesture or even voice. So four different gestures are being customized here: forward, stop, right, and left. So when the user shows these gestures, the wheelchair can move accordingly. Voice also can be given like stop. If the user says, then the wheelchair will stop. So we have developed using natural language processing modules. It also has features like obstacle detection module, safety and fall detection. If it is about to fall, then the message will be passed to the caretaker. Next project is about tremor monitoring. We all know that tremor or shaking is like a first step before a emergency situation happens. So we have developed a smart gloves, not only for Parkinson's, but also for other purposes. So here also we have different sensors fitted into this glove. This is in a very initial development stage. Pulse sensor for monitoring the heartbeat. IMU sensors for detecting the motion. Vibrators are also being fitted for giving the feedback. Cursor for alerting the caretakers. It's initial modules for fall detection and force estimation project. So we are hoping that these projects will evolve more than academic level and it will be taken further into meaningful solutions and be helping in improving the accessibility and the quality of life in future. Let me take this opportunity to thank all my students who have participated in the project and also the faculty members. Thank you.
It is our pleasure to welcome Dr. Geeta M., Chairperson and Associate Professor, Department of CSC, AI, School of Computing, Amritapuri. Dr. Geeta's work focuses on AI for deaf accessibility, sign language recognition, and video analytics. Today, Dr. Geeta, along with her deaf collaborators, will present the Umang ISL app, a pioneering tool co-created with the deaf community to facilitate sign language accessibility for e-governance services.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. So today I'm here to give you a snapshot of one of our funded projects, which provided an AI-driven Indian Sign Language accessibility to the government's e-governance services. Can I have the slide? Yes, I'll be. So this was a project which was, as you all know, Umang is an e-governance, a government's e-governance website, mobile app, which is being used by many people for different services. So we have a natural language chatbot on the left side. What we have developed is an Indian Sign Language chatbot, which is able to answer to the queries, the FAQs of many of the services. So we worked on mainly on 25 services, basically in 2 apps, e-Raktakosh, which was basically the blood bank related, and we had Indian Railway services as well. So we had a camera webcam. We were able to use, the signers were able to use on the mobile phone. They were able to gesture in sign, whatever questions they have. And our chatbot was able to make use of AI technology to convert this video. Basically, we were doing a sign language recognition, and it was converting that to text. And from there, from the text, we were able to get the closest matching pre-recorded videos, which had the answers to the question, and that was given. So it was like a sign to sign interaction that was happening. The signers, the main motivation behind this work was that when you see Umang, there are a lot of things which the signers will be, those who don't know the Indian languages, natural languages, will find it difficult to navigate. So they may have a lot of questions which they may not be able to ask in natural language. So this kind of a sign language interface will help them ask the questions in their natural language, which is sign language, and they'll be able to get the answer as well. So it is like they get a navigation, how to do the navigation, they get a guided navigation. That was the intention of this project. And we had a big team working with us because we were working with the community. Initially, when we started the work, we came to know that we don't have repositories, ISL video repositories, because if you want to do an AI model, we need a lot of data. So that was when we realized that we need to actually capture a lot of data which can do the AI training. So we had a team of signers who worked with us. We had 20 plus signers who helped us capture the data. We worked closely with the sign language interpreters as well, so who helped us coordinate with the signers. And we developed over 40,000 plus videos for doing the training purpose of this AI model. And especially the vocabulary we limited to e-Raktakosh and the railways, because that was the services that we were focusing on. And we were able to capture the data for training. And then we used advanced AI model. It was transformer based models that we had developed then. And we took hours. We had to make use of high-end GPUs, high-end machines for doing the training of this model. And once the training was done, we did the testing, pilot testing in various deaf schools. And we were getting the feedback on a daily basis we were working with the deaf community. That is what was the success of this project, because initially we were not knowing what is the actual problem that they are facing. Once we got in close contact with the community, that is when we came to know that the sign language is being used, is having regional variations in different parts of the country. But then we cannot go for different variations. So that is when we came to know about ISLR-TC. ISLR-TC had a unified vocabulary which is being used national level, a single unified sign language vocabulary. And that is what we also followed. So all our data sets were captured in ISLR-TC's vocabulary. And then talking about the AI model, what we had, mainly we had three main parts. The first part was, which was doing the feature extraction, that was using the CNN model, which captures the spatial features, the visual cues, the visual features were extracted by the CNN model. And the second part, because the input is a video, and we don't have a frame level annotation as well. We just have the entire video, which is a continuous sign language sentence. So it will be having multiple isolated words. It is not just one word. It will have a continuous stream of frames, which corresponds to different sets of isolated words. And what we have to recognize is we have to convert that text into the English sentence or the ISL glosses. And which is converted to English sentence. And that is when we'll be doing the mapping with the pre-recorded videos. So the second part of our AI module was a hybrid AI module that we have used for temporal learning, because what we have is a sequence of frames. And we had a lot of challenges there, because those who are in the community will know there is something called movement apenthesis, which means if you have two words signed in ISL, in between the two words, there will be inter-sign transitions. So which is actually meaningless gestures. So in spite of having such meaningless gestures, in between meaningful gestures, the AI model will have to recognize that entire sentence into text. So that was a challenge. So our second part was done using transformers. We had a lot of innovative ideas we had to incorporate in the base model of the transformer, with the attention mechanisms and hybrid models, taking into consideration the pose plus RGB plus heat map, doing the better feature extraction. And like that, we also had a module of CTC decoding, which was actually doing the alignment correction. Alignment correction in the sense, what we have as input is multiple words, a sequence of words, and it has to be properly translated in such a way that we are able to segment out the words. And then each of the words has to be converted to the text. So that was done by the CTC decoding. That was also an AI algorithm. So with all these modules put together, we were able to convert the input video into English text. And then from there, we had a context-aware algorithms, which was able to do the mapping with the pre-recorded videos. And then from there, we were able to retrieve the right video. So this ISO chatbot is actually live in the Umang platform from July 2024. And it is being used widely by the signers because we are able to see the hit at the rate of 1,000 per day. We are able to see the hit. So it is being widely used. Mainly our railway service is what we have seen that people are using the most because they will have a lot of queries about the timing of the train and things like that. So we had many services which had the railway applications in that. And we also had the challenge since it is, as you know, the AI models are very heavy and it is difficult for to run it in an edge device like a mobile phone. So we had to do also a lot of optimization, the transformer optimization methods we had to go for, and then quantization we had to do so that we were able to get in 6 seconds of response time, we were able to get the response. And we could get reasonably good accuracy with existing signers. We were able to cross 97%, and then with unseen signers, we were able to get across 90. We will soon see the demo of it. Can you just go to the video part? This will give you a snap.
Umang Unified Mobile Application for New Age Governance connects users to a range of central and local government services on a single platform. Access to e-governance services remains a challenge for persons with disabilities. To make e-governance accessible for the hard of hearing community, a pilot Indian Sign Language chatbot interface, Umang for deaf individuals, is developed. AI-based sign language recognition helps the deaf community communicate effectively with individuals who do not know sign language. Umang's ISL chatbot, powered by advanced AI, offers a range of services to support Indian Railways, E-Rakt Kosh, and Emigrate. The chatbot supports 14 Indian Railway services and 11 blood bank services through E-Rakt Kosh, a blood inventory management system. This innovative solution empowers the deaf community to access essential services with ease. How to log into Umang app and access ISL chatbot. To use the services of Umang users, need to log in. Login page. Open Umang app. Services search E-Rakt Kosh in search bar. Select ISL chatbot from the menu. The ISL chatbot's interface closely resembles that of a typical text chatbot, but it operates exclusively through video clips. Select the category from the list provided. Ask queries in ISL related to the selected category. After selecting a category, users can ask their query in sign language. Once you finish the capturing, please click Stop and Send button. The AI server will interpret and analyze the received data, and then it will respond in the form of a pre-recorded video. Answer videos are carefully indexed to match the identified glosses. Users have control over playback features, such as play, pause, and rewind, allowing for a more interactive and flexible understanding. Additionally, the ISL chatbot offers direct access to services through an API through display of all relevant services and forms within the chatbot interface. This innovative approach shows efficient and accessible communication for sign language users. The ISL chatbot uses a sophisticated approach and progressive approach, facilitating effective interaction in Indian Sign. The careful categorization of queries and advanced technologies and direct service access contribute to creating an efficient and accessible platform for users of sign language.
Thank you. That was a live demo from the Umang website. And we have the team, part of our team who worked on this. I would like to call them onto the stage. Can you please come? So we had 20 plus signers who worked with us for collecting the data sets needed for the training of the AI model. We also had ISL interpreters and we have, yeah. So this is Rajivan sir. He was the ISL interpreter who helped us coordinate with the signers. We have Anu, Hashim, Nikhil, Sona. Yeah, all of them helped us in capturing the video. And we have Sri Lakshmi and then Nikhil. They were there in the development team. We have more people in the team. Everybody is not there. Aditya and Sri Lakshmi were in the development team, and we have Gautam also. He is not present today. So it was a big team, and we worked for 3 years. Dr. Prema, she was the PI of this, and this project was funded by METI. And thanks to ISLRTC for giving us the vocabulary so that we were able to capture the data and do the AI modeling. I would like to, would you like to speak? Any of you would like to speak? I mean, you can sign, and then here we have Rajivan sir to interpret.
എൻ്റെ പേര് അനു, ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നത് അമൃത യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ. My name is Anu. I'm working in Amrita. I'm very happy now the accessible project is launched. Our deaf community, all our deaf community aware about this new project. All in Amrita University launched this accessibility project. All deaf people see and communicate, all you can clear your all doubt in using this chatbot. Yes, if you have any doubt, you can ask this chatbot about in IRCTC and e-Raktakosh app. If you can, any doubt you can ask and clear your doubt. It's our Amrita. We especially thank to Amrita team. His name is Hashim. His sign name is like this. This new project launched in Amrita team. We all the deaf students, our deaf community, we are very happy using this Umang application. We can clear our doubt. If we can have any doubt, we can ask this chatbot and we can clear our doubts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the whole team. So we have a lot more to do. We would like to do more because this was in 2024 July, but after that, within 1 year, AI has advanced so much. So we can do a lot more is what we feel, and we would like to do that. All the very best for the entire team, and thank you so much. Namaskar.
We sincerely thank Dr. Geeta M. and especially the deaf collaborators for their crucial role in shaping solutions that center deaf voices and lived experience. Your contribution is at the heart of truly inclusive technology. We now welcome Danya Sujata, data scientist and research scholar, School of Computing, Amritapuri. With her student collaborator, they will showcase their AI-based support tool for teachers and parents that helps conduct spelling error analysis and provides error feedback reports from children's handwritten English notes to give personalized training to each child to improve their language proficiency and help identify any early interventions for specific learning disabilities. Ms. Danya. Om Amrdeshware Namaha. As a part of my research, I am developing an AI-based diagnosis tool that can be used by the teachers or parents for analyzing the spelling errors of their children from their handwritten notes. So, thus, AI can treat each spelling errors as a data point and give the literacy struggle of the child, and it will help to enable the targeted interventions to the teachers. So basically, the foundation of this diagnosis logic is depend on inspired by the 10 dimensions of the writing system, the writing system variations inspired by David Sher. He's a linguistic researcher based on her research in 2018. And these 10 dimensions are validated and expanded in our regional language Malayalam, and they expanded it to the two other things in the morphological dimensions like thus agglutinations and sandhi roles. So here today we are demoing the analysis of the spelling error through an handwritten notes based on an English data.
So my name is Rohan. Good afternoon, everyone. So our solution is a Gen AI powered diagnostic tool. Why is it called a Gen AI tool? It's called a Gen AI tool because we're using an LLM, which is trained on vast amounts of English data or internet English data, which helps us demonstrate our abilities in our application. So the Gen AI tool that we are using today, it's basically a functional blueprint of the analysis system that's still under the development. So what are we expecting from it? We're expecting a diagnosis report, which will tell every single error that the student has made in their each assignment that's uploaded by the student or parent. And it'll also give an overall error pattern analysis by analyzing every single submitted report of that student. And I'll show you a quick demo. Should we log in? So first they'll see a student dashboard where they can upload as many students as they want. We are on a time crunch, so I'll speed up. So these are all the independent practices or assignments that the student has done. If you click on each assignment that the student has done, it'll show you the actual image that the student has done, and it'll give you a transcripted, non-corrected with all the errors still inside the transcripted text. From that, you also get a corrected version. After the corrected version, you see all the detected errors that's inside this text. But these are all the individual errors that the AI found inside the text. It'll categorize them into main categories and subcategories that was derived from the 10-dimensional now you see the graph. This graph is basically a visual diagram of all the errors that the student made with all the subcategories. Then it'll also give you a small summary of the entire text and what all the errors that the student made. Then recommendations. These recommendations are basically games or small activities that the kids can do to improve all the mistakes that the student has made. And besides just analyzing every single submission, it'll also give you an overall process analysis. Inside the process analysis, it'll give you a concern score, all the submissions, total errors, and all the improvements that the student has done over time by analyzing all the submissions that the student has done. If the student has made around 10 errors in their first submission, and those errors were corrected throughout the submissions, then those are considered as improvements that the student has made. Inside the diagnostic report, it'll give you persistent challenges, all the progress that the student has made, and an overall concern level. These progress and improvements are all the little things that these students has fixed throughout their assignments. And the focus areas are basically all the errors that the student has continuously made and are still making, which the student could improve on in the assignments moving forward. The learning indicator analysis is basically after analyzing all those different submissions, it'll categorize them into three different patterns: phonological processing patterns, visual processing patterns, and auditory discrimination patterns. From taking data from the internet, it'll give you a small assumption of what the student could do to fix, or if they should see a specialist or not. Next, it'll give you the suggested next steps that the student should take. And finally, it gives you recommendations for both parents and teachers. Because the way these parents and teachers can help are slightly different for every single student.
Thank you, Ms. Danya and Rohan, for your dedication to making learning more accessible and inclusive. Thank you to all the presenters and students for demonstrating how technology, when designed inclusively, can truly transform learning experiences. We now invite our next keynote speaker. We are honored to welcome Sri Kumar Raju, Director of the Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center, ISLRTC, Government of India, the national apex body for the promotion, research, and standardization of Indian Sign Language. Under his leadership, ISLRTC has played a pivotal role in strengthening Indian Sign Language education, interpreter training, and policy advocacy, contributing significantly to accessible education and inclusion for the deaf community across the country. May I invite Sri Kumar Raju to kindly deliver his keynote address.
A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Amrita Biswa Vidyalaya team, and especially Dr. Raghuramanji, Dr. Premasi, for giving me this opportunity to participate in the workshop on AI-enabled assistive technology for inclusive education. I also warmly welcome all the experts, innovators, and participants who have joined us today in offline mode as well as in online. It is a privilege to be here and to share the journey of SLRTC. But before sharing the activities and the journey, we would like to share a thought. Imagine a classroom where the teacher is speaking, blackboard is full, but child understand nothing. Not because the child is lack in activity, but it is because the language is not accessible. So this is the everyday reality of many deaf children. Indian Sign Language changed that reality. SLRTC was created in 2015 by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment of India to ensure that deaf citizens are not as just a silent observer, but they must be an active participant in education and society. It is the journey of access and the empowerment that I would like to share to you today, as because we can collaborate, we can work mutually so that we can solve today's problem or today's challenges in the field of sign language. A major milestone in the journey is the creation of India's largest ISL dictionary. It comprises nearly 13,000 ISL words. It includes words from academic, science, legal, technical, and it keeps on growing. This is freely available in the ISLRTC website, Android app, iOS app, and it is searchable in 11 Indian languages, including Malayalam. So this is a very vital national resource for learner, teacher, interpreter, parents, and the institution who want to work in the field of sign language. Alongside language development, SLRTC has placed a strong emphasis on manpower development. Through our long-term diploma programs like Diploma in Indian Sign Language Interpretation and Diploma in Teaching in Indian Sign Language, we have trained around 420 interpreters and ISL teachers who is now serving across various institutions, colleges, schools. And considering this, the shortage of interpreter, even though we are having around 700 certified interpreter in our country. So there is a very huge gap. Considering this gap, Government of India has taken a very big leap in the field of sign language training. So we are and it has been launched across almost all the national institutes and CRCs. So presently we could able to launch in 27 NI and CRC across country. So taking together, presently as of now, we are having a capacity of 1,000 interpreter per year. So other than this, academic, a deaf field is the only field where the diploma is the highest qualification. So we need to have a higher academic courses because if we want to have a good research and development, we need to have a higher education academic courses. So postgraduate programs in Indian Sign Language interpretation and sign language teaching were also in advanced stage, and hope we are going to launch it on pilot basis. And along with SLRTC, AYJ and SHD has also got RCI affiliation to launch these postgraduate programs. So education remains central to our mission. So accordingly, we had a very good, networking, and we have a lot of initiative with NCRT. SLRTC has converted 27 textbook for class 1 to 5 into Indian Sign Language and developed over 500 concept videos for class 6 to 8. All these ISL accessible book available on Diksha portal, and it is also broadcasted through PM eVidya ISL channel, which has been launched by the Ministry of Education. Further, in partnership with NIOS, National Institute of Open Schooling, Indian Sign Language has been introduced as a formal subject at class 10 and 12, while the curriculum for classes 3, 5th, and 8th classes is also under process. This is a very historical step towards the linguistic equality in our country. Beyond this classroom, SLRTC has expanded access of storybooks because children's overall growth, overall personality growth, it all where we can have a very good role of storybooks or non-academic books. So we had tied up with the National Book Trust, and we are in process of making 500 NBT storybooks in ISL accessible language. ISLRTC also enable inclusion of deaf person in everyday life through its interpreter services and video relay services. ISLRTC supports over 300 major programs for ISL interpretation, and we have empowered around 5,000 deaf individuals to independently access healthcare, banking, education, employment, and the legal services through remote video relay services. Recently, ISLRTC has launched several specialized initiatives. This also includes 15 days sizzly programs under recognition of prior learning for PODAs and SODAs, which is aligned with NEP 22. India first 1 month specialized program for film and media interpretation has also been launched, which train ISL interpreter for accessible media and OTT content. Presently, in order to address the shortage of teaching material, we have also initiated the development of structured ISL video teaching content for DISLE and DTSL courses. Presently, we are running DISLE and DTSL courses, but there is a demand from the grassroots and all the teacher training centers that there is a need to have a standard content for teaching these diploma level courses. So we are we have taken this assignment, and we have already started the developing ISL materials for DISLE and DTSL courses. We had made it around 80 videos, and nearly within 4 or 5 months, we are going to complete this project. So we will be having a standard teaching material in ISL, in accessible language that will be standard for cross country. ISLRTC is supporting and encouraging AI-enabled ISL accessibility initiative also. To achieve this, we are having various collaboration in various with many organizations like Science Setu. Recently, the presentation has concluded. It is an AI-powered ISL-based learning app integrating ISL videos and interactive module to support English literacy among deaf learner. Deep Vision Tech Private Limited, Let's Talk Sign app. This provide educational platform for academic content in sign language, and this enable teachers to teach deaf student in sign language and in class. Thinklude is also one of the startup. With the help of this startup, we can have AI-driven real-time captioning and ISL interpretation with high accuracy multilingual caption for the live events. Sunwa AI is also one of the initiative. This is the AI-based transcription and text-to-speech solution. This solution use simplified accessible language for the deaf user. Google Sign Gemma, this is the advanced sign language to text AI model, which supports sign recognition and accessibility research. Presently, this Google Sign Gemma, it is in American Sign Language. We are tying it up with the Google for making it in Indian Sign Language. So looking ahead, a key priority is to further strengthen the ISL accessibility for class 9 to 12 by developing around 2,000 concept videos for all the subject of NCERT textbook. Another priority is the development of ISL textbook as a subject at the foundational stage aligned with National Education Policy 2020, recognizing the importance of early language exposure to deaf children. SLRTC also working to strengthen higher education in the field of sign language interpretation and teaching in the form of postgraduate master level academic courses and developing countries' standard sign language interpretation guidelines. Going forward, ISLRTC will be national examination cell for all the DISLE and DTSL courses across country from next academic session onward. ISLRTC continue to expand ISL education across all levels strengthen research and documentation, leverage technology and deepen national partnership with the vision of ISL as a bridge to dignity, participation, and equal opportunity for our deaf community. So before concluding, I would like to quote two Hindi quotation. Actually, कमी नजर में होती है, काबिलियत में नहीं. जो अलग दिखे अक्सर वही सबसे आगे निकलता है. जो अपने पैरों से चल नहीं पाता है, जो अपने हाथों से लिख नहीं पाता है, जो अपने आंखों से देख नहीं पाता है, ध्यान रखना अक्सर वो गुनगुनाता है. जिंदगी की दौड़ में वो जीत ही जाए. थैंक यू. जय हिंद.
Thank you, Sri Kumar Raju, for your insightful address and continued leadership in strengthening Indian Sign Language ecosystems. We will now break for lunch. We request all participants to kindly return to the same hall, the Acharya Hall, by 2 p.m. There is an interesting session for the dignitaries and especially the participants, which will be conducted by Dr. Behra, which is on significant initiatives in digital education. After that, everybody will be taken for their trainings to their respective labs at 2:45 p.m. So requesting everybody to finish their lunch and assemble here by 2 o'clock. Thank you.
environment, specialized teacher preparation in multilingual, visual, tactile, and activity.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. Uh, so then can you move it a little bit after, say, around 4? Because I have a meeting at that time. So, yeah, 4 should be fine for me. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then can you message me that at 4 you will be connecting me? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Pardon, not a presentation, I'll speak, but I wanted to share a video So can I send that to you? That video to you? That link so that you can show it for me. Okay. Okay. Y- Right. Yeah. Okay. I'll send it across to you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. No. So your email is the link which you have shared with me. That same email. Okay. I'll do that. Okay. Okay. I'll do that. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Bye.